thing that I will say, I don't know if Joy is on. We were supposed to have our first meeting with Tabitha Consultancy, but we didn't get their contract to them. So I don't know. I don't know if we should hear from them. So I'd like to clarify that before we finalize the agenda. But I don't think we have a city attorney with us.
I'm seeing Eileen in the attendees.
Oh, perfect.
Sorry, Eileen.
Hi, Eileen. Oh, so good to see you. I usually don't see you on this. Did you have an opinion on, did you hear what I just said?
I heard what you just said. I apologize. I wasn't aware of that. So the contract is sitting, Joy has it.
I believe so. She just sent me an email saying that she didn't know that she was supposed to finish the process.
Okay.
So I'm not sure. If not her, then I didn't know it would have been me, but if it is me, then.
Yeah, apologize. I don't know about it. And I will follow up with her after the meeting and find out about it. But if your question is, can you go ahead with the presentation? I'd say as long as you feel like you have a decent verbal agreement with them about what the contract looks like. I think you've gotten approval for it already, right? So yeah. I would say you can go ahead if as long as you're comfortable.
Fantastic. That's great to hear. Great. Then my apologies. I'm navigating to board docs very quick. And with that, it looks like on the current agenda, we have public forum with time certain presentation at 6:30. So we would pause the public forum and come back to it. And then we have our discussion on the charter change committee and then any further information on equitable sharing. So with that said, I would welcome a motion on the agenda.
Motion to accept the agenda as is.
Moved by Commissioner Gamache.
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Seguino. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes from November 5th. And with that, I would take a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Seguino.
Seconded.
Seconded by Commissioner Gamache. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That also passes unanimously. With that, we'll move to public forum. It looks like we've got quite a few folks signed up this time. Audrey, if you don't mind, so Shannon, I'll have you call names for people who signed up first, and then we'll go through anyone who raised their hands. Audrey, if you don't mind, we'll set, I'm hoping to keep people around 2 minutes, but they can go up to 3 minutes. So however you need to make that appear on the screen to give people that sense would be great. Thanks.
Just so it doesn't take up everyone's faces, maybe I'll just flash a 1 minute and then another hand at 15 seconds.
That works for me.
Thanks. So up first is William Dunkley, followed by Annie see, Will, I'll have to promote you in order for you to speak if you're there.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. I'll try to keep this under 2 minutes. So yeah, my name is Will Dunkley. I use he, him pronouns. I live in Ward 3. I grew up nearby in Westford, Vermont. I have a lot of connection to this city. I've got family who live in the city. My mom works in the city. I don't really feel safe in Burlington though, and I'm a white guy and I don't feel safe in Burlington. Those I'm connected to in the community don't feel safe either. Burlington Police Department makes me feel uncomfortable and unsafe. They beat and kill residents of this city. They target people of color and are unable to go more than a few years at a time without killing people struggling with mental illness. I support a better way forward, and that is community control of the police. I fully support the draft resolution that has been crafted, reviewed, and edited and improved by the community and the Charter Change Committee over the last several weeks. I'd like that this proposed board would have disciplinary and investigatory power, a diverse membership that represents those people most historically harmed by police, and fully independent from Burlington Police Department. This is so important because the institution of law enforcement is fully unable to self-regulate, avoid harm, or repair harm to the community. We've seen that over and over again in this city. I don't think that the existing police commission should be in charge of community oversight. A new board with full power to oversee, investigate, and discipline the police is needed. I strongly urge you to put this charter change on the ballot for March. I want to see a Burlington that is safe and caring for all residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
Okay, and next up is Annie Lawson, followed by Leaf Tartana. Annie. I am not seeing you, so I'll make a note of that. Leaf. There. You should be able to speak. Oh, you just muted yourself. If you unmute, we might be able to hear you.
There we go.
There.
Leaf, it looks like you're unmuted, so whenever you're ready to talk.
Leaf says in the Q&A that they have problems with their computer. That might be a
Okay,
factor.
I'll circle back around. Maybe it will clear up. Peggy Owen Sands, followed by Jane Nodell. Peggy.
Thanks. And while we wait for Peggy, Shannon, there was a request if we could read the next 2 to 3 people, just so people can prepare.
Sure. So Jane Nodell, followed by Ali Sarhanis, and then Jessica Laporte.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? Great. Hello, my name is Peggy Owen Sands, and I'm speaking on behalf of the racial justice team of the First Unitarian Universalist Society of Burlington. Our 36 team members support the proposed community control of police charter change introduced by Councilor Freeman and passed by the Charter Change Committee that was drafted in collaboration with the ACLU of Vermont, the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance's Operation Phoenix Rise, and the Battery Park Movement. We urge the City Council Committee on Public Safety and the current Police Commission and the Burlington City Council to honor the racial justice resolution passed in June of this year. This resolution states that there be a methodological transition to a public safety apparatus that is developed with full community participation and input, and that delivers services aligned with the values and vision of the community. The charter change put forward by Councilor Freeman and the ACLU and the RJA and the Battery Park Movement meets this the criteria put forward by this resolution. The proposed charter change was created by community members, including BIPOC and others from historically marginalized groups who share their values and vision for transparency. The proposal expresses the community's call for a police force overseen by the community and not by the police themselves. Because this proposed charter change is aligned with the vision and values of our city and its citizens, it's the right step forward toward helping Burlington become a safe, livable city for all people who live in Burlington. We ask that the City Council and all its committees and the Police Commissioner honor this racial justice resolution and the importance of anti-racism by voting to support the charter change. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Peggy.
Okay, so next up is Jane Nodell, followed by Ali Sarhanis, Jessica Laporte, and Lauren Aiken. Jane.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Great. I'm a longtime resident of the Old North End and hoping to age safely in my home here on Charles Street in Burlington. This proposal, I believe, needs a lot more discussion, and I would give me serious concern as a citizen if it were to move forward in its current form. It proposes to create a new department of the city that would have very broad investigatory authority. It would be authorized to investigate any complaint against a police officer. Any complaint may be heard, and this board would issue final decisions. It's not clear that there would be any appeal process. It's not discussed in this draft. Although the authority is very broad, it does not address incidents of discipline that are actually identified internally within the department. This is a tribunal that you are proposing to create that is not accountable to the community for its own decisions. The police commission is much more accountable, a much more democratic mechanism, because the police commission is appointed by elected officials. And if the results of the work of this board were to be established, were not to be in the best interests of the Burlington residents and of public safety, then what would be the correction? We need a lot more accountability. The police commission gives us this accountability. I have to also say that to bring this forward at a time that morale within the department is already very much undermined, I believe, is not responsible. I hope that you do not rush to take this to the ballot. This is a very drastic proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Maybe I'm not on mute right yet. Ali Sarhanis, followed by Jessica Laporte, Lauren Aiken, and Ali Martell.
Hi, my name is Ali Saharnis, and I live here in Burlington, Ward 3. I've lived here for a little over 6 years, first as a student at UVM, and now I work as an employee there. And the longer I've lived in this city, I feel like when I first arrived as a student, I was, so taken by Vermont and Burlington and thinking it's a really progressive place. But the longer I've lived here in the city, the more disappointed and scared I've become about our public safety, in large part due to the violent actions of the many officers on the police force. So I wanted to speak tonight in support of the proposed charter change put forth by Councillor Freeman. I believe that the creation of a diverse community board to oversee the investigation and discipline of police is crucial for the future of safety here, especially for our BIPOC residents. I think that the current structure that allows the chief of police to carry out misconduct for the police officers is a conflict of interest, and that with a more diverse community board, that discusses the outcomes of these police officers will really help just to make a more safe and inclusive city for everybody. So I just wanted to strongly urge you to put this charter change on the ballot in March so that we can make Burlington a safer place for all of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
Okay. Jessica Laporte, followed by Lauren Aiken and Allie Martell. Jess, are you there?
Hi, my name is Jess Laporte. I use she, her pronouns, and I spoke to the police commission just a short while ago, if you remember, and have engaged regularly with city council, specifically around mechanisms to bring further accountability to Burlington police. When speaking with the city council, I feel like I often have to explain why, or at least in the beginning, why community control of police is different from the police commission. But I think everyone in this body understands that and knows that in the proposal that you reviewed for tonight, you can see that there are a lot of powers that really differ from what the current police commission has the power to do, to oversee, or to influence. And I think you're knowledgeable about the shortcomings of the current model to actually affect change. I mean, I think some of you have spoken to this in the past as well. I am calling in because I support Councillor Freeman's proposal, but most importantly, I just want to debunk the idea that these are totally new things and really actually reinforce the fact that this community control board would in some ways be replicating work that already has to be done within the department, but instead bring it to an independent body that is more representative and more diverse and less connected to the Burlington Police Department. I believe it is a conflict of interest for the police chief to be responsible for all discipline when he or she or they are also responsible or are being evaluated by their performance. So I think it's really important to get an independent body that has the full investigatory and disciplinary power that is laid out in this proposal.
Thank you, Jess.
So next is Lauren Aiken, followed by Allie Martell, and that might bring us to 6:30. If not, then Rachel Siegel. I am unable to identify you, Lauren. Okay, so and I am unable to identify Allie Martell. Rachel Siegel, followed by Fern Adgua Brown, and then Nell Carpenter. Rachel. Okay, Rachel.
Hi, Rachel Siegel. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a white resident of Ward 3 in Burlington and a former city councilor and the executive director of the Peace and Justice Center. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a Burlington resident, on behalf of myself as a human, on behalf of the Peace and Justice Center, and as a mother. I am so excited that you have the possibility of getting this on the ballot and that we have the opportunity to create this body. When I was on the city council, there was no chance of anything like this. I brought up the idea of the police commission just having a separate attorney and being funded to have their own attorney, and I was laughed at. So the fact that the composition and the appetite, I guess, of the public and the composition of the council has changed enough that this is being talked about is thrilling to me. I am so appreciative of the tremendous amount of labor and love that has gone into getting this as far as it has. And I'm so excited for you all to have the opportunity to continue to move it forward so that we can have a body that truly keeps the police accountable, and that in in that, we will be able to save lives. That people who might die might not die if this is created. Like, it's really about somebody not losing their mother or their father or their kid. I don't want that ever to happen again. A police officer to kill somebody's mother or father or kid and have no consequences. It's heart-wrenching. So I'm just thrilled, and thank you so much for letting me speak. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rachel.
Fern Brown, followed by Nell Carpenter. I am unable to identify Fern. Nell.
Hi, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, all. Thanks for being here. My name is Nell Carpenter. I'm a white resident of Ward 2, and I use they, them pronouns. I've lived here for a bit now and have been involved in city politics, mainly through issues-based campaigns. I'm calling it tonight to state my support for a Burlington-specific model of community control of police, in particular, the model that was put forth by Councilor Freeman and Charter Change Committee. I've been a part of those meetings and have been excited by the amount of work and amount of community input that has gone into it. This is a critical change that our city needs in order to be able to hold our local police accountable and meaningfully uplift the voices of diverse and representative community members, particularly BIPOC, historically marginalized groups, and those most impacted by police force issues. As it exists now, the Burlington Police Department exists in a vacuum as far as investigations and decisions regarding incidents and officers go. So just to refer to an earlier comment, this really is giving voice to the community, whereas currently it exists in a place that the community actually has kind of no say in and no impact in. I also want to draw particular focus to a few things, including that the investigatory and disciplinary powers that are in the current draft remain, and that they ultimately are divested completely from the police department, and that this board exists independent from the department. That the selection process for the board remains as it is in the draft, also to ensure that it is diverse and representative of those most impacted by issues of the police, and that the necessary resources are allocated to ensure that this board can operate to its full potential. And I think it's just important to note that this draft has received ample feedback by a diverse array of people. It aligns with the ACLU principles for civilian oversight. It aligns with the demands of the Battery Park movement, aligns with Vermont Racial Justice Alliance's Operation I see your hand, Rise Initiative. So just, this is not something that's just popping up now. There have been a lot of opportunities to comment on it. A lot of people have. So I just really urge you to work to get this on the March ballot and ultimately recommend that council supports that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Nell. So we're going to take a quick pause on public forum, and we're going to move to item 3. We will come back to public forum and get all of the people on Shannon's list, as well as any folks raising their hand, but appreciate representatives from Tabitha Consultants being there. And I believe we should be promoting.
I did. I just.
Okay. Oh, great. Oh, there they are. So just a quick orientation for some members of the public who may not have been there for the whole process is we, as a committee, created a request for proposals for a community facilitator to have some of these conversations in terms of envisioning what we want public safety to look like in Burlington. And we then did a selection process and ultimately picked this consultancy. And is it Tabitha Consultants, to help the city fill out the requirements of the request for proposals. You can find the RFP on board docs. And yeah, so welcome. Thank you so much. It's a little bit of a roundabout process because we're a 10-person committee, so you'll have your hands full in terms of keeping a variety of opinions as you do your work. But yeah, just wanted to give you a chance to meet the committee and for us to meet you. So welcome.
Great. I do have my partner Tiffany Pertiller on the screen. If you could bring her up as well. Tiffany is joining us from Georgia. There she is. Greetings to you all from Tukwila, Washington. We're on the other side and it's 3:31 p.m. here. And you can still see some light out there. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We were very humbled by the selection and excited as well. And to be perfectly honest, we're also a little nervous. This is a very bold move and a very courageous move timing-wise. And we understand the scope of work is for us to help and support the commission obtain public values and visions and input. I really like that it doesn't just say input, it says needs, values, and visions. So I can see that this is a city that's driven by vision and value. With that, I also want to give an opportunity for Tiffany to say a few words. I always forget to talk about myself, but my name is Karis. I'm the principal of Tabitha Consults based here. Our team is comprised of multidisciplinary, multicultural, multilingual team. We have a team of 9. We speak about 9 languages. And our chief of staff, Karima Edwards, who is a legal scholar originally from North Carolina, fortunately cannot be with us today, celebrating the life of her father who passed the day before Thanksgiving. So apologies, and she also brings her greetings to you. But we have awesome partner Tiffany joining to us here. So Tiffany, I will turn the screen to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Karis. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tiffany Pertiller. As my dear friend and colleague Karis just mentioned, I am co-founder and CEO of Epic Health Solutions and have been working with Tabitha Consults on a variety of diversity, equity, and inclusion work, not just in Burlington, but across the country. Epic Health Solutions, I sit in Savannah, Georgia. Sorry, I should say that. I just moved in from Maryland. I lived outside of Washington, D.C. for 17 years, and COVID-19 just made anything possible. So I moved to Savannah, Georgia, and bought a 100-year-old house that is being renovated, which is why there's tape on the floor if you can see me. So Epic Health Solutions, we are a small, minority-owned, women-owned, diversity, equity, and inclusion consulting firm, and we specifically focus on health equity, and we do a lot of equity assessments. We facilitate a lot of focus groups around diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we walk with organizations as they try to understand what it means to become an anti-racist organization and to really look at their own organizational culture, their race culture, and how that work impacts or how their thoughts and experiences impact the work that they do. And I'm just excited to be here. I think that what you all have set out to do, and I just read the resolution, and I was just struck by how intentional it was. And I commend you for embarking on this work, and I look very much forward to working with you in the coming months.
With that, Councillor Tower, I'm not sure if I'm out of line to share my screen. I just want to pull up a picture of our team because Tiffany and I are just 2 out of an interdisciplinary team that we put together. Is that okay? I just show quickly. Okay, great. So this is our team. This is Karima Edwards, our chief of staff and the legal scholar in our team. I am a regional planner by training, and I have my urban planning degree from University of Washington. This is Karima Edwards. Like I said, she has a law degree as well as a master's degree in emergency planning with a background in Seattle Police Department as well as Parks and Recreation, a lot. Sarah Wilson, this is Ella. Ella is our analyst, and she immigrated to the United States as a refugee from Burma, and that's where I'm originally from as well. Both of us speak multiple languages. Liza is joining us from Bellingham, Washington, which is about 2 hours away from Vancouver, BC, Canada. And this is Tiffany. Sarah Wilson is a graphic facilitator. We are very intentional about inclusion. People have various ways of communicating and processing information. So when we're soliciting input, vision, values, needs from people, Sarah is going to be using a graphic facilitation skill set. I'm trying to show an example here to the public if they're looking. Sorry if you are being put on a roller coaster here, but where's Sarah Wilson? So a graphic facilitation, because our approach to designing and communicating processes is human-centered design. And what that means is human beings have different needs, different way of communicating and learning. So we're also bringing a graphic facilitator to the team. And going back, hang in there, we're almost there. And Sarah also was a deputy city manager in a city in Oregon State. David Mankey, retired veteran from the Marines, and also BG Sims is also in the first responding and police department as well. And this is our friend Casey Tunley. She runs and facilitates caucuses in the city of Seattle. And as you may know, there's a lot of discussions and events that happened in the city of Seattle recently. And she has been the leader in facilitating caucusing toolkits and so on and so forth. So we have a great team, and we are excited to discuss the next step and go from there.
Great, thank you so much. Do any commissioners have any questions or want to give any feedback or comments or goals for the next 3 weeks, at least until our next meeting?
I have something I'd like to say.
Go ahead, floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to express a concern that I have, something to think about as your company plots a strategy for helping to get us the information that we need. We do have members of our community that are really checked out of the process, and they're checked out of the process because of the alienation and distrust of our police department. And so hopefully there can really be some original ideas to reach out to parts of our community who quite frankly, even though this is a great opportunity to gather input, they're not going to necessarily feel that it's going to mean anything. So how are we going to make this presentation where we can say, hey, this is meant to gather information that is going to be meaningful, that is going to be looked at, that is going to be used in a positive way to improve the community's relationship with the police department and vice versa. Thank you.
Other commissioners' thoughts or feedback? Go ahead.
Are we just asking now and then they're going to respond later, or I just didn't.
Up to them.
Oh, okay. Oh, I can ask. I just didn't know if I just didn't want to cut off Mila or anything. Okay. I thank you so much for the presentation. It was really exciting to see the like talking about different communication styles, like the way people understand information and can access information, the graphic aspect. I think that's really awesome and amazing. I'm really glad to see that that's incorporated into your work. I was sort of I think this is sort of along similar lines that Commissioner Grant just mentioned. One of the things that really drew me to your work was, and made your proposal really stand out, was like the multilingual aspect. And we do have a lot of different language speakers in Burlington, and I'm not sure. I'm just curious, like I would be really curious to hear how we can make sure this is accessible, especially since a lot of the people who might be being impacted by systemic issues in the police department, systemic racism issues, white supremacy, might not feel comfortable in English, might not have be able to access that, or just like the different cultural ways that people sort of access these spaces. And I think that kind of goes to what Commissioner Grant was saying about, how do you really bring in so many different people who might not really have even been offered to be welcome in this space before. And I for me, some of that just comes to the aspect of language and making sure that that's accessible, because I think that's super important. I work with a lot of people who speak a lot of different languages, and it's something that I just think about a lot, and how to make our spaces actually accessible. But I think that's really the question for me, sort of along those lines, is how do we really think about who might be impacted and what by the most impacted, and then how do we make these spaces the most accessible for them to be included.
Would it be okay if I just get all the feedback first and then respond? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing no other hands, I'll jump in with something as well, which is just in terms of next steps. As I remember the RFP, I think we had that we wanted to start it off with you all talking to some community groups that we have that are really active and on the ground, folks like Spectrum Youth, Food Not Bombs, Racial Justice Alliance, to start to get an understanding of kind of what services the city, or I guess not the city provides, but are available in the city, start to identify those gaps, get some advice on how to, how to use their networks to reach out to people that, this commission doesn't necessarily have access to. And so along those lines, I'd really like between now and our next meeting to figure out what that date should be for that first meeting. Have you all draft the invitations, and then I think we would probably be in charge of sending those out, if that makes sense to the commission. So guess one, want to hear feedback on the commission from that, and then just kind of set that as an expectation so we can get the ball rolling on next steps. Go ahead, Karen. You're on mute.
Yep. I just had a quick question about the groups. Did we ever finalize a list? I may not have seen it because of my junk folder issue, but did we finalize a list of community groups?
I'm hoping better memories will prevail and answer that question than myself. Jabu.
I don't believe we did. I believe we all inputted on that Google Docs to add names to the list, but I don't think we actually finalized what that list was.
Okay, great. Then maybe that's a job that we have to do. And I wonder if, I don't feel like that's, I feel like, and Eileen can correct me, but I feel like that's like not a process that, no, Eileen might correct me, that if we shared the link, like for viewing publicly, can we just continue to add to that list as commissioners in terms of folks we want the consultants to talk to?
If the consultants agree with that process.
Yes, I would like to, if I may interject. So first we want to get the contract in place. And then, yes. So, the reason is we listed on the proposal that in January we'll hit the ground running, but I'm hearing that perhaps we can put the contract in place maybe in mid-December, and as we propose to review preliminary documents, right, as we said in task 1 of our proposal. And so it's all doable, and in the original RFP, Councilor Highwater, there is a mention of Exhibit G as in a list of people, a list of groups, community groups. And so maybe we can also revisit Exhibit G. So we're not duplicating effort in that. And then there is a list of organization in the project background, the first paragraph of the project background. So I just want to, you guys have done the job. Don't feel like you haven't done the job yet. We have some information to go. May I address the other counselors' concerns now, or do you have more to say?
Just to quickly comment on that. So I think that was probably the Google Doc that we were working on, and we did include it as an amendment. It sounds like that was not an amendment, but attachment G. So yeah, I think it'll be more just seeing if there's organizations that are missing on that for the commissioners. Yeah, and I think it would still be great to set the date after you all get the contract, just because it is a lot of organizations, and making sure that we've got save the date sooner rather than later, I think would have more participation. Great, and yeah, please do feel free to address the other comments.
And Tiffany, feel free to just jump in. First of all, I am so grateful, Commissioner Grant, for letting us know about your concerns and people being checked out. Look at us. Oh my God, we are meeting two-dimensionally, right? How long has it been? Even in a time without pandemic, it's already, not everybody show up for public forum and committee meetings and all that. And now, addition to that, we're not even in person anymore. So, your concern is super valid. And then there is additional factors that we really need to pay attention to. So as a team, Tiffany, she's in public health field, we know the social emotional need of engaging and what would it look like. And we are in Washington. I'm not going to deny that we are physically separated from City of Burlington as well. So we're paying close attention to how we can, whether or not we can come out and engage through the partnership of existing communities. And I want to focus on that. It is not Talitha Consuls that's going to be, embodying the product of what this work is. It's going to be the existing community groups who's going to be embodying. So we're going to work very hard on co-laboring, not taking over, not directive, but that it would be co-laborers. And how would we do that in this two-dimensional world? Working at it. We're getting better. In March was really difficult, the beginning of the pandemic, but now it's December, so we're in our 8th month, so we're getting a little better. And I will tell you in what way we're getting better, by going to Councilor Freeman. Yes, I was excited to go to the city website to see the banner, language access banner, where Burmese is listed, Somali is listed. That's incredible. I live in a city, Tukwila is 20 minutes south of Seattle, and 7 out of 10 of our school children are foreign born. Okay, are the languages, so that's 70%. Just pause for a minute. 70%. Most of them are in ELL classes. So I live and breathe in the multicultural community, and it was very intentional for me to launch my firm here in Tukwila, Washington. And so we bring Spanish speaker. We have Spanish speaker in our team. We have one person in particular from Democratic Republic of Congo who speak 5 different languages, including Swahili, French, and so on and so forth, right? And so and I really want to just say this. It's not just about cultural relevancy and knowing how to speak the language, okay? It's about cultural groundedness. How do we posture ourselves? The first 3 years I was in the United States, I kept doing this every time I walked past someone who was older than me, because that's the culture in which I grew up. You bend over, you don't walk straight up in front of someone who is older than you, right? So our our narratives as consultants, our live personal stories also inform how we posture ourselves when we engage with multicultural community. So I just want to put that out there. And another added value is that the Joint Commission won't be looking at an interpreter services. We can do a lot of things in-house. And we will also tell you about cultural humility, not just interpretation, but the cultural humility aspect of it. So with that, anything else that I missed, Tiff?
No, you didn't miss anything. You said everything perfectly. I took myself off mute to start talking about the cultural humility piece, and you took it right out of my mouth, which is perfect because that's kind of how we operate with one another. But the other thing I'll say is that this consultant team that you have decided to work with, we come from a place of honesty and transparency. So I think the other thing, as co-laborers, is that we're going to have to be honest and say, here's where we're starting from. It's not the greatest place. It's not where we recognize that there's a deficit. And so we are working hard, co-laboring with the community and with this group here to ensure that the areas and the spaces that were hidden before, where there was mistrust and distrust, that we are now going to illuminate those places, and we're going to move forward in a way in which we can all have a shared responsibility in what the outcome is going to be. And we're giving you an opportunity, you being the community, an opportunity to take part in that process. And that those who have had the power before, who have been in power, who have evoked their power, I think it's also going to be, there's going to be an onus on them to also be transparent and to stand in the truth of what has been and where we want to be, what has been the current state and what is the ideal state, and what is going to be the process to take us from one state to the next. So that's it.
Any follow-up questions from the two counselors?
And this is just to jump in. This is Zaraya. We had a request on channel 17, and it can be hard to identify the speaker because it doesn't necessarily jump to speaker view. So folks can just say who they are before they start talking again. That would be helpful. Great. If we don't have any other questions, then thank you both so much for joining us before you even have a contract in place. We really appreciate you all taking the time, and we'll definitely be in touch on next steps. So thank you.
May I just ask one quick question? When is the next commission meeting? You mentioned in the next 3 weeks.
The next one is the week of Christmas, I believe, on
December 22nd.
Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Really looking forward to meeting you all. Well, I might not meet you in person, but working with you all.
Thank you.
As are we. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks everyone for being okay with that quick interruption. And with that said, we will go back to public forum. And Shannon, thank you for doing the promoting.
Okay, so let me just give just a quick rundown, and then we'll go back into it. Zoe Coinger, Megan Downey, Abby Hodson, and then Daniel Monteu, and then we'll continue on. So Zoe. Okay, Zoe.
Hello. So my name is Zoe Kenninger, and I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm white, and I use they, them pronouns. And I've lived in Burlington since 2015. I attended BHS all 4 years and graduated in 2019. Throughout my time at Burlington High School, I was active in the school community through multiple extracurriculars, including theater and the Scholars Bowl team, of which I was the captain my senior year. And I'm currently on a gap year from Smith College in Northampton, and I plan on graduating from there in 2024. So tonight I'm here to speak in favor of adopting Councillor Freeman's proposed charter change language, and also to urge the members of this committee to preserve the language, powers, and ideas found within this proposal. This charter change must create real change within our community and fundamentally challenge the threatening relationship between the public and the police that has been the norm for so long. And so in order to accomplish this, it is essential for the newly established Community Control Board to have full investigative and disciplinary powers independent of the police force. They must be able to investigate any incidents or complaints in a timely manner with full access to all available information and witnesses, and from these investigations have full power to discipline officers as they see fit, including suspensions and terminations. Anything less than this will make the charter change into nothing more than another performative gesture that does nothing to help ensure the health and safety of Burlingtonians. It is also essential that this control board receive the necessary funding in order to accomplish these tasks. Without proper funding and resources, a board, even with these powers, can become close to as ineffective as a board without them. If there are concerns about where this money might come from, I suggest divesting funds from the Burlington Police Department and reinvesting them in the control board as part of a greater effort to defund the police. It is also necessary that this community control board be composed of people who have an understanding of the violence inherent in the existence of police. That means making a conscious effort to appoint members who are from groups disproportionately harmed by police, as, for example, BIPOC, the houseless, those with disabilities, mental illnesses, and/or substance abuse issues. It's also important that the board members not have previous law enforcement experience or have close family members or friends involved with law enforcement. That sort of bias is not going to allow for effective control of police. We must change the societal relationship that automatically favors the police and work towards favoring the people instead in order to assure real, true public safety. And I really want to emphasize that this is not just about theoreticals. This is not just about documents or like paper or words. This is about real people's lives, people's safety that feels threatened every day by the presence of the Burlington Police Department. And therefore, I urge you to act with urgency and to do the work that's necessary in order to put it on the ballot in March. Thank you.
Okay, Megan Downey, followed by Abby Hodson, and Daniel Monteu. Megan. Okay, Megan.
Hello. So yeah, my name is Megan Downey. I'm a white resident. I do live in Winooski. I work at the Howard Center, and many of my clients do live in Burlington and are therefore directly impacted by BPD. So I've been closely following this movement towards community control of the police. The bulk of my work involves supporting individuals with intellectual disabilities, which is one of the historically marginalized groups who have suffered disproportionate brutality and cruelty at the hands of the police. So I'm calling to relay my support for the thoughtful resolution that's been proposed by Councillor Freeman. I want to reiterate with what other callers have said about this proposal being well-researched and well thought out with influence from public comment, the Racial Justice Alliance, and the ACLU. We know that the Burlington Police Department is not exempt from historic systemic racism that was built into policing everywhere in this country. BPD is also not exempt from the glaring lack of accountability for officers who have committed racist and brutal acts of violence against members of our community in the past. Evidence of this is the outright refusal to terminate officers Bellavance, Campbell, and Carreau for their violent actions. And we need an objective body who can hold the police accountable for their actions, made up of individuals who are most directly impacted by those actions. So the police cannot police themselves. This resolution gives investigatory and disciplinary power, gets it out of the hands of the police and into the hands of people who the police are meant to serve and protect. Specifically, this resolution puts the power in the hands of those who are most impacted by police discrimination and violence. This will reduce conflicts of interest, and I believe it will make us all safer. So I urge this body to support the resolution, and I believe that this board can work in tandem with the work that the Police Commission already does. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Megan.
Okay, next is Abby Hodson, followed by Daniel Mateo, and then Phoebe Perrin. Okay, Abby.
Hi there. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. So my name is Abby Hodson. I'm a resident of Ward 6, and I'm also here to voice my support for the creation of the new Police Oversight Board as outlined in Councillor Freeman's draft. I'd like to emphasize that this board should have investigatory and disciplinary power, independence from the Burlington Police Department, a diverse membership, and enough resources to be an effective body which upholds ACLU principles for community control of the police. I don't think that this charter change is too drastic. I think it's actually really important for increasing public safety. And we've seen similar proposals work in Chicago and Madison and many other towns and cities. So I urge you to support this resolution and put it on the ballot in March. Thank you for your time, and that is all from me.
Thank you, Abby.
Okay, Daniel Mateo, Phoebe Perrin, followed by Grace Field.
Hey, how's it going? Could you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. My name is Daniel Montanu. I use he, him pronouns. I'm white and I live in Ward 1. I'm a research assistant at the University of Vermont and I've lived in Burlington for 5 months now. I'm calling in to also show support for the charter change to create the Burlington specific solution in the Community Control Board. And I just wanted to give some reasons why. I like how this board gives full investigatory and disciplinary power. I love how it is independent from the Burlington Police Department. And I believe that this charter change is ultimately a necessary step in making residents feel safer here in Burlington. One of the main reasons why there was nothing done to remove the violent officers, Bellavance, Coro, and Campbell, only through, I guess, financial buyouts was the only mechanism, but there was no way for the public to directly discipline and remove these officers. The current system is blatantly undemocratic and totally not independent and not the way things should be. It's very important that this board reflect the diversity of Burlington and serve the residents directly. It's essentially the duty of the city to make the residents feel safe, and that's currently not what's going on. Sorry if I rambled a little bit, but I'm trying to speak from the heart. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniel.
Okay, next is Phoebe Perrin, followed by Grace, and then Julie Makuga. Okay, Phoebe.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Phoebe. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a white resident of Ward 5 in Burlington, which is on Abenaki land. I would like to say that I'm in support of Councillor Freeman's Burlington specific solution. And I think the most important components of this resolution is that of the Community Oversight Board is that it's completely independent from BPD. It has investigatory and disciplinary power. Its members are people who have been historically targeted by police. For example, folks who are BIPOC, have experienced houselessness and mental illness, and are LGBTQ+. It's important to have these people on the board and center their voices so that they can keep people like them safe in our community and really keep everyone safe in our community. It's vital for this board to have access to resources to effectively be able to investigate and discipline officers. I am in support of all of these things because it seems like it is actual, real, meaningful change. I really don't want this to be another empty performative action that Burlington takes to hide how racist it is. It's been said before that police cannot police themselves. That's why I'm in support of the creation of a completely independent body from BPD in order to keep the police commission only reviewing and advising policy without adding too much else to their job description. So in closing, I would really like to stress that I would like to see a board that has resources to have investigatory and disciplinary power and is made up by a representative group of people. Finally, I would like to say that this is a really, really urgent matter. This is affecting people today, and therefore this should be pushed to be on the March ballot. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Phoebe.
Okay, so next up is Grace, followed by Julie Makuga, and then Lily Fortunoff. Okay, Grace.
Hi, my name is Grace File. I've been calling into these meetings since June when there was historic community turnout to support the passage of the racial justice resolution. And tonight I'm calling to support community control of police. I've lived and worked in Burlington for the past 6 years. And it has also been 6 years since the city of Burlington created the police commission. It seems remarkable to me that it is still unclear, at least to the public, what the role of the police commission is. I think this whole issue is about accountability, and having more mechanisms for accountability rather than less makes our city safer. There is no reason why we couldn't have a police commission that provides strong oversight and helps craft policy and directives, an independent investigative office that receives and investigates complaints, and an independent civilian control board that adjudicates complaints and imposes discipline. I think maybe this feels like a shock to some people's systems, and that is because we're shattering this precedent of 400 years of policing with zero accountability. I am strongly in support of the creation of a fully independent community control board that has disciplinary and investigatory power over the police, including the police chief, which we have had 4 of in the past year. This board must have diverse representation as outlined and receive the funding necessary to serve this community. I also believe that item 4 under jurisdiction, which states that officers' records will be retained for 75 years, is very important. I'm not sure the police department getting new record-keeping software is going to help them detect patterns of behavior when officers' records get wiped every 3 years and they get to start over. This charter change has been endorsed by the Vermont Racial Justice Alliance and is based off of the ACLU of Vermont's civilian control of police recommendations, and is based off of a few of the hundreds of different civilian control models that exist across the country. This entire movement and this charter change initiative have been led by BIPOC folks in our community, and there are many, many people who support community control of police. The city charter was cited as the reasons why violent officers like Corey Campbell, Joseph Coro, and Jason Bellavance were not removed from the police force. This charter change would ensure that this never happens again. It is absolutely imperative that we do not have competing plans and we do not seek to neuter or water down the language you have before you. We are asking you to take this opportunity that has presented to you by the community and recommend this charter change to the City Council. This must be on the ballot in March. I really, really appreciate every one of you, and I hope you support this charter change and move forward with integrity.
Thank you, Grace.
Okay, next is Julie Makuga, followed by Lily Fortunoff, and then Julia Pupko. Okay, Julie.
This is Julie. I also have my partner leave who couldn't go earlier, if that's okay. We're going to get time for that. Thanks.
Great. Yes, we'll give you 2 different sets of times.
My name is Julie Masuga. I use she, her pronouns, and I live in Ward 2, and I'm here to support the model that Councillor Freeman has put forward. I recently had an experience where 3 fully armed police officers came to my tiny apartment in the Old North End and pounded on the door, completely unannounced, because someone had called suspecting my friend was suicidal. She was not. I had to tell the officers I did not want them to come inside my apartment because the last time someone came into our home in similar circumstances, he touched her on the shoulder without permission, and she screamed in a way that still haunts me. Her trauma was compounded by this experience, rather than being helped. Why on earth are cops being sent to do this work, especially when there's so little trust in the BPD as of right now? My roommate and I talk regularly about the ongoing violence of the BPD. Why on earth would we want to invite that kind of violence into our home, especially if someone's in crisis? Those of us that are white-skinned or otherwise privileged constantly refer to a quote-unquote conversation about the future of progressive policing. This is not about a conversation. It's about the lived realities of people in Burlington. It's not about the future. It's about people at risk right now. We've seen and heard the footage of police brutality against our own community over and over again. Former Police Chief Del Pozo said before the social media scandals of last winter that when we make mistakes, we tried to own up to them. The community has clearly articulated that this is not good enough. And then we learned that Del Pozo, the leader of the police department, as well as his underlings, were lying to us about their identities online so that they could abuse us. This is nothing compared to the violence perpetuated by officers Coro, Campbell, and Bellavance. If the officers in question are not held accountable for their action, that sends a message to the whole community, particularly to people of color, that Burlington is okay with police brutality against them. It says that BPD will fire someone immediately for perjury, but will wait 8 months to even mention an officer cracking a man's skull for no reason. This is analogous to telling a grade schooler that they can grade their best friend's paper. It doesn't work, it doesn't foster trust, and we can do so much better. Thank you. And Leaf.
Hello, this is Leaf. I want to apologize for my tech issues interrupting the flow of the meeting earlier. Thanks for your patience. My name is Leaf Taranta. I'm a white resident of the Old North End, Ward 3. I use they, them pronouns, and I've lived in the area for the past few years. I want to echo what other speakers have said on the call about not feeling safe in Burlington with the presence of police. I've witnessed police walk into my neighbors' houses with guns drawn, arrest friends, and threaten loved ones for illegally exerting their rights. I want to express my support for Councillor Freeman's draft charter, especially the elements of the Community Control Board's investigatory power, ability to discipline and fire officers, and complete independence from the police department. I especially agree that the Community Control Board must have a diverse membership with representatives from the communities most frequently targeted with police misconduct. The Community Control Board especially needs Black, Indigenous, and other POC representatives, as well as members with lived experiences of houselessness, incarceration, domestic violence, addiction, undocumented immigration status, disability, and mental illness. I'd also voice that I think it's very important to have transgender representation on the Community Control Board, especially by a trans person of color. This is necessary because trans people face struggles with documentation, violence, and profile that expose us to increased risk in interactions with police. Beyond establishing the board, the city must ensure that it actually has the support to carry out its responsibilities, and if needed, should transfer funding and resources from the police department. I'd also like to say that it's not enough to add the powers recommended in Councillor Freeman's resolution to the Police Commission. We need a completely independent body for community control and oversight. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to seeing Councillor Freeman's proposal on the ballot.
Thanks.
Thank you, Julie and Leaf.
Next up is Lila Fortunoff, followed by Julie Pupko and Joey Corcoran. Sorry. Okay, Lila.
Hi, yeah, my name is Lila Fortunoff. I use she, her, and hers pronouns. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm a cis white woman. I was a student at UVM and I chose to continue to live in Burlington after graduation because this place feels like home. And the absolute best part about this city is the sense of community I feel here. Communities take care of one another and communities listen to their members. And right now, the community of Burlington is saying that we need to completely change the way that police are held accountable. and make them be held accountable in the first place. The history of policing in this country, as I'm sure many people know, is an extremely violent one that whose job it is of the police to uphold white supremacy. And I think that's an intolerable thing for to continue in our city. I fully support the resolution put forward by Councillor Freeman that has already been contributed, or the community has already contributed to it a lot. It's gone under extensive review in the Charter Change Committee, and just because it is unprecedented does not mean that it should not be let to move forward. I really think that this needs to move forward and be on the ballot in March. We can't allow this to continue on and drag on and on. It has to be put through the city council to be on the ballot in March. And we need to let the people of Burlington decide if they want to vote for it when it gets on that ballot. I think that the board needs to be completely independent of the police department and this commission. It needs to have members of historically marginalized and members of the community that have been historically just marginalized and committed violence against by the police. As folks have been saying, we really need this commission so that what happened with the buyout with Officer Bellavance does not happen again. If he was able to have been disciplined properly in the first place, the city would not have to have spent $300,000 on him. So we really need this community control of the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Lila.
Next up is Julia, followed by Joey, and then Alex Carambellas. Julia. Are you there, Julia?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I also, my name is Julia Pupko, and I use she, her pronouns, and I lived in Burlington for 5 years. I do not live in Burlington currently, but I still work for one of my jobs in Burlington and am still a part of the community. So today I would like to voice my support for Councillor Freeman's resolution and a Burlington specific solution to police reform. This resolution has been informed by and supported by BIPOC voices within the community, the ACLU, and many others. And I just believe that it's very important that there is a community-led body with investigatory and disciplinary power that is separate from the Burlington Police Department. I believe that the police commission is still very important. However, the current model is still too close. There's still too much of a conflict of interest with the police chief having a lot of power over disciplinary action. I also believe that it's very important that this is moved forward by the city council so Burlington residents are able to vote on this and are able to vote on having more community power over policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
Next up is Joey, followed by Alex Carambellas, and then Alexandra Sturges. Joey. There's no last name here, but Joey, is that you?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yay. So my name is Joey Corcoran, Josephine on the voter registration rolls. I'm a white woman who's lived in Ward 6 in Burlington since 2006. And just recently I retired as a licensed mental health counselor in Winooski. I appreciate having this forum of the joint meeting of the Public Safety and Police Commission to speak about the proposed charter change to create a community control of police board. A headline in the hometown section of the Burlington Free Press today states, Vermont police slow to change despite biased training. I'm not surprised. Similar such results have been reported around the country. It's not because I don't believe police are bad people. It's because we've all been trained from childhood to see white people as the upright, credible people, and BIPOC and other marginalized communities as inherently suspect. That's why I believe we do need a citizen oversight board that has both independence from the police and adequate jurisdictional authority, which I don't believe the police commission offers. As white people who have been dominant all our lives, I don't think we can see clearly the impact of our behavior on BIPOC and other marginalized populations. As a culture that uplifts certain qualities like white-bodiedness and denigrates others like poverty, it's baked into us to simply not see clearly. A board made up of community members from such marginalized part of Burlington's population can be the eyes that could change and bring increased awareness and safety to the white dominance in our culture and protect the safety and dignity of all city residents. So I'm here in support of specific aspects of the charter change. I believe in the importance of providing an independent entity for civilian complaints, especially as regards excessive use of force, discrimination, unlawful arrests, or traffic stops. I believe we need police who are supported to be in human relation with the very diverse population that is our community. And I see this board as a support. I think I'm out of time, right? So I just want to jump to the disciplinary part. Could I have 30 seconds to do that?
Yes.
I initially questioned the language of the proposed charter change in terms of the board's role in matters of discipline. But when I watched the video of the young man thrown to the ground outside a Burlington bar, the speed in the use of excessive force, I have to agree with the proponents of the Community Control Board and the ACLU that the board should have disciplinary power. I think that it should also have funding for an independent legal counsel when the board finds further investigation necessary. I agree with what other people have said, and the charter includes about the diverse membership of the board and the exclusion of law enforcement, so it's not inhibited.
Thank you, Joy.
So thank you, and special thanks to Councillor Freeman. This is a very thoughtful proposal. Thank you.
Okay, next is Alex Carambelas, followed by Alexandra Sturges, Marion Ward, and Ashley Laporte. Okay, Alex.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Great. So, hi, my name is Alex. I'm a resident of Ward 4. I currently work as a crisis counselor. I'm calling in support of Councillor Freeman's charter change proposal for an independent community control board with disciplinary and investigative power, with membership requirements that exclude law enforcement officers and represent groups affected by law enforcement historically, and to be instilled with the funding and resources to do so successfully. I'm calling to support the Joint Committee in recommending this model, which has had tireless review, editing, and community feedback incorporated into it to present to the council and ensure that this is on the ballot in March. To echo what Rachel Siegel stated, this is about saving lives, and I am excited to think about the lives we can save by passing this upcoming year. I also just want to express my appreciation for those on the Police Commission. You all do incredible work that is as important as it must be difficult. And it's important to me that you know that the people advocating for this charter change have immense respect for you and what you do. So just to speak specifically to Councillor Paulino, because you are my counselor, you have committed to reforming our policing systems this year when you signed the protesting and public safety as well as the racial justice resolutions. We've waited years, decades, and honestly centuries where these issues have been present and nothing has been done and no changes have been brought to the table. If you are committed to this basic principle of an independent, disciplinary, and investigatory body, this is our opportunity. Right now, there is a nationwide spotlight on these issues, and we need to harness the public momentum, work together to create a bill that works for everybody. Your constituents have been extremely vocal about wanting this change. wanting community controlled BPD, and it is the responsibility of the counselors here to make sure that you deliver on it. So the time to act is now. I also just want to respond to a comment that another community member had made much earlier this evening, and I had to do with, an officer's they wanted, an officer to have a right to appeal a decision. So, I really can't think of any other job when you would have the right to appeal the decision to be fired for killing or harming somebody at work. And I do want to make clear that this document absolutely includes officers' right to due process. So I just wanted to be clear about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Next up is Alexandra Sturges, Marion Ward, Ashley Laporte, and then Sophia Hodson. Alex, you there?
Hi, this is actually not Alex. I'm with Alex. My name's Zanavia. I'm 19 and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I just really wanted to hop on this call and speak from a perspective that I feel like isn't often spoken on behalf of. Zariah, you've done it once again. I feel like every time I get on these calls, I get a burst of anxiety, or I really struggle with how I'm going to articulate myself and the oppression of me and my people. And it reminds me a lot of what high school was, which was fighting to get a seat at the table in order to discuss what we know what's best for us and our community. And I think the biggest thing, or one of the main things I love about Zariah's outline here, is it shows precisely what we're asking for, which is a seat at the table that we have been promised for years and centuries. And I think it's very important too to realize that this can really especially only happen in a place like Burlington, where this community communication between political figures and actual community members that are facing this injustice every day can speak to you and feel like they have the authenticity in this work and this opportunity to build on that. I like to say often that the language of politics is dead. And I think what that means is I like to speak to you like I'm speaking now. I'm concerned for me, my family, my friends, and the next step to do that beyond just the political answer and the political structure is to really look at what we have to say, and more importantly, what inputs are held to a higher regard when speaking to the police. And I feel like we need to change this language and really realize that community input is something that should have been implemented years and years ago, and we're kind of behind on that jumpstart. Yeah, so I think I am voicing my full support for Zariah's outline, and I'm happy again that Zariah has been a voice for the most marginalized in these more I feel like exclusive kind of conversations. But thank you.
Thank you, Zanavia.
Just so I don't miss, is Alex going to speak or
Nope.
Okay.
Yep, you can go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I just didn't want to. Okay, so then next is Marion Ward, followed by Ashley Laporte, and the Sophia Hodson. And Marion, I am unable to identify you. Ashley, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hi, everyone. My name's Ashley Laporte. I use she, her pronouns. I live in the south end of Burlington in Ward 5, and I'm calling in tonight to support community controlled police. As some other folks have mentioned earlier tonight, I think it's really important that we create a new independent body when it comes to police discipline. I've been following the work of this commission for the past year or so, and admittedly, I'm new to the organizing party. I'm new to paying attention to local politics. But what I've seen is that we are privileged in Burlington to have a police commission that does currently have racially diverse and representative membership. And I've also read comments and have met with members of the police commission and our council members, and I have heard firsthand the frustrations that many of you have when it comes to serving your community, which is the very reason why you rose your hand to serve our community. And the reality is that the police commission is too intertwined with the current police department. And that currently your limited disciplinary powers to hear only officers' appeals around disciplinary decisions that have been made by the police chief are not good enough. What I also know is that none of our city offices or committees are resourced well. And I know that all of our plates are full. And when I look at the work that has been done by the current police commission, I don't think that we want that to stop. And I think that there's more policy focused work that needs to happen from this group. I would hope, or from the police commission, which, you know, in part are members of this group, I would hope that all of you would understand that it is not a reflection of your personal capability, but it's really a reflection of the systemic racism in our city that keeps folks like you from having disciplinary making power over our current police. And I would hope that you would advocate for a new community control board that would have the powers that we wish all of you could have, but most importantly would be well resourced, would have its own office, and would really be able to hear complaints from constituents, including BIPOC and other historically marginalized groups, to really serve the community. You know, what we have in front of us is a real opportunity for change. This absolutely needs to be on the ballot this March. And so I urge you to speak up. I urge you to hear what you heard from a myriad of community members from across many different wards tonight, and to support this on Monday when it goes to council. I urge you to think about how you have been frustrated in the past, I imagine, from obstructionist politics from other council members and other city leadership, and to not allow that to happen when it comes to getting this on the ballot in March. Every minute that we wait for this to advance is a minute that we leave the opportunity open for the broken Burlington Police Department to continue to harm our community. Please join us in asking for community control of the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. And Shannon, could you give us an estimate about how many more people you have on your list?
$12 or so, and I see a few new hands that are on the list.
Great, thank you.
So continuing on, Sophia Hodson, Daniel Field, Mary Collette, and then Marcia Johnson. So Sophia, you there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My name is Sophia Hodson, and I'm a white resident of Ward 6. I believe that it is each community member's basic right to feel safe in their city. As it stands now, that is not the case in Burlington, and the Burlington Police Department has more than justified their own need for accountability. I fully support the charter change related to community control of police, specifically creating a system of accountability that is completely independent from the Burlington Police Department. I believe that it is a necessary step to preventing violence and building compassion in our community. Thank you for not just listening to me, but also taking the time to listen to everyone tonight.
Thank you, Sophia.
Daniel, followed by Mary Collette, and then Marcia Johnson. I see Daniel M. Is that the same? If it is, if you'd raise your hand, then I can find you. Mary Collette. I am unable to find you, Mary. Marcia. Okay, so Marcia Johnson, Ava Fusco, and then Oscar Flemmer. Marcia, I'm gonna have to make you a panelist just for the moment. It's not compatible.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, my name is Marcia and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a white resident of Ward 3. I've lived in Burlington for about 8 years. I'm here tonight to express my support for the charter change related to community control of police. I fully support Councillor Freeman's draft. A key piece of that is the requirements for diversity on the new board. It is essential that the board include BIPOC members of the community and other folks who are most at risk from police violence, such as transgender folks. It's also essential to have restrictions against current and former police officers being members of the board. Police cannot police themselves. Any members of the new community control board must be completely independent from any police department. The other piece I want to speak to is the new board having the power to remove an officer from their position if that is necessary. I continue to find it so disturbing that as citizens, we currently have no power to remove Officer Campbell, who violently assaulted someone after screaming profanities and showing no concern for the life-threatening injuries he caused. For Officer Kuro, whose video shows him walking up to a person from some distance and immediately, without warning, throwing him to the concrete with enough force to render him unconscious. And why did it cost the city $300,000 to remove Officer Bellavance, who without warning threw someone into a brick wall, again hard enough to render them unconscious? We as citizens will not be helpless anymore. Police officers work for us, and we will not be victims of their brutality. Officers will know that they can and will be removed if they do not serve us well. Thank you for your time. That's it.
Thank you, Marcia.
Give me just 1 second. Next is Ava Fusco, Oscar Flemmer, and then Kurt Wright. Ava. It's the only Ava. I hope this is you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah.
Hi, my name is Ava Fusco. I use she, they pronouns. I'm a white UVM first year student and I live in Ward 8. I run the risk of sounding redundant, so I'm gonna try to make this as quick as possible. In the short time I've lived here, I've come to love the city and the people in it. However, it is impossible to ignore the deep-rooted issues inherent to policing, and Burlington is no exception, as I'm sure you all know very well. I'm here to voice my support for community control of the police and Councillor Freeman's resolution draft, and to emphasize the need for a new board separate from the police commission. It is clear that effective change has not and cannot come from the institution of the police, and that independent investigatory and disciplinary power is necessary. As some of the other people said earlier, police cannot police themselves. I'd also like to emphasize the necessity and urgency of this board and voice my support for it being on the March ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Oh, Shannon, you're on mute.
Always forget that. Thank you. Sorry. Oscar Flemmer, Kurt Wright, Annie Lawson. Oscar. Okay, Oscar. Oscar, you might just need to unmute yourself.
Oscar, we're waiting for you to get off mute, but we can come back to you if you raise your hand later. Okay.
Oh. I thought I saw him unmute. Okay, so let me circle back there. And I did just get an email from Kurt that he's no longer in attendance. Ann Lawson, followed by Lauren Aiken and Allie Martell. Ann, are you there?
I'm here. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Okay. My name is Annie Lawson. I'm a cis white woman and I live in Ward 4. I've lived in Burlington for 8 years. I'm a social worker and my professional background is in public mental health. I want to urge the City Council as well as the Mayor to adopt the charter change as proposed by Councillor Freeman. This change has received much community input and community support from the public and from organizations including the ACLU and the Racial Justice Alliance. The city government cannot say that it supports BIPOC people, LGBTQ people, and people experiencing homelessness, while at the same time undermining proposed solutions that seek to prioritize the voices, needs, and safety of these communities. This matter is urgent. We've seen that the city government does not currently have the necessary autonomy to ensure the accountability of the police department. Lives are impacted by this every day, and there's no time to lose. This matter needs to be on the ballot in March. And again, I urge councilors to truly prioritize and recognize the voices, needs, and safety of BIPOC, LGBTQ, and people experiencing homelessness by supporting this charter change. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne.
Lauren Aiken, followed by Allie Martell, and then Fern Brown. Lauren, I'm unable to identify you. Allie. There.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hi, my name is Allie Martell. I live on Rose Street in Ward 3. I've lived in the Old North End for the last 10 years or so. My family is also from the Old North End, and this is where I lived when I was little. I'm a farmer on the Intervale in Burlington. I feel strongly that there should be community oversight of the police in Burlington. I support the charter change that gives investigatory and disciplinary power to a 100% community-led board made up of members of our community. I don't want to see my friends, family, and neighbors harassed by the police with no consequence. I trust our community to hold the police accountable in our city. I am most excited to see that the board will represent a wide selection of the public. I want to see power in the hands of those who have been traditionally targeted by the police. We have community members who have been working for civil rights, who have been supporting Black, Indigenous, and people of color, people in the mental health field, and in LGBTQ advocacy. I think these community members would best represent us in police oversight. Thank you all so much for your work.
Thank you, Allie.
Fern. And then let me just see who, circling back, I'll try Marion Ward, Daniel Field, and then Mary Collette, and then we'll do Oscar and Hans. So just a few left. Okay, Fern.
Hello, my name is Fernaguda Brown and I use she, her pronouns. I'm a white resident of Ward 7, along with my husband and our 4-year-old daughter. I work as a teacher at Mount Abe and my husband works in Burlington and we've lived here for 2 years. I'm deeply supportive of the draft charter that Councilor Freeman has put forward. It's well researched and thoroughly reviewed. It aligns with ACLU principles and is importantly endorsed by BIPOC community members and organizations. The investigatory and disciplinary aspects of this charter are crucial for a new community control board and necessary in holding the police accountable. With the ability to fire, hire, and discipline police officers, a community control board is a new model and means community members will have a say in the work of the police department instead of the control and power being solely in the hands of the police chief, and instead of police misconduct being shielded from the public. Like other public departments, the police department should be serving, listening, and answering to the members of our community, which is not currently the situation. Rather, police officers are protected and their harmful and traumatizing behavior is reinforced. The diverse membership and representation of the board are crucial as the voices of folks most impacted by the police need to be heard and supported. And this board also needs resources to do this work. This charter needs to be on the ballot in March, so I urge you all to support the resolution. Thank you all so much for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Fern.
The next was Marianne Ward, and I'm not seeing Marianne. Daniel, I'm still not seeing you. Mary Collette, nor you. Back to Oscar. If you can try to unmute. There you go. Perfect. Yes. Thank you.
All right. 1 second. Can you all still hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, my name's Oscar. I grew up on North Champlain Street and I've lived in Burlington all my life. I'm calling in tonight because, like many community members, I've been following the Charter Change Committee's work, and I've been one of so many that have been pushing for reform in police oversight that makes it community-based and Burlington specific, with investigatory and disciplinary powers that actually make it effective. The caller that called in at the beginning of this meeting accusing Freeman's proposal of creating a tribunal with zero accountability and claiming that the commission currently in place is some sort of model for accountability clearly hasn't been paying attention to the news in Burlington for at least a decade. Mark Hughes left the commission for its ineffectiveness, and it sucks that we still have to indicate that it was our current system of accountability that oversaw the BPD when Jason Bellavance got a paid suspension for irreparably altering a community member's life by throwing his head against a wall, and when Corey Campbell simply got reprimanded for swearing when he clearly instigated conflict and threw punches that led to Douglas Kilburn's death. Many politicians can't accept this as murder, which it was. It was not that every single member of the commission stood idle. They just weren't given the authority to hold these officers accountable for their actions. And now there's zero recourse for the community in feeling safer in getting these officers from patrolling our streets on a daily basis without offering them six-figure sums of money. These calls to instill anxiety in us are attempting to postpone real change that needs to happen. It's been needed forever, and this need has been advocated for years now. These calls for quote unquote caution are simply trying to take the teeth out of police accountability without a basis aside from fear. And based off the process so far, these calls will likely be echoed by the mayor, the new transformation coordinator, Chief Murad, and other police aligned politicians. I just hope most of you realize that you have the power to listen to this or not, and whether or not to listen to these calls for caution that are further attempts of the status quo to maintain itself, regardless of its timeless inefficacy. I hope y'all will do your best to make the change that needs to happen now, and have it happen now, because otherwise it will take at least another year and more families will have to go through tragedy and more lives will be lost. Thanks for your time. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you, Oscar.
Okay, and that was it from the list. I do see Martha and then Bryn. So Martha. Just might need to unmute yourself, Martha.
So Martha, we're waiting for you to unmute.
Okay, and then we'll maybe come back there. Bryn Martin.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. As you said, my name is Bryn Martin. I live in Ward 5 and I work as a preschool teacher in the Old North End. I'd like to create a Burlington where all the children in my class can grow up in a safe environment. And to that end, I would like to share my support for Councillor Freeman's proposal. I think it is important to have a diverse, independent body with investigatory and disciplinary powers acting as a community control board. A system of true checks and balances is needed to keep power from corrupting and to protect the people. Thank you all for your time and for all your work.
Thank you, Bryn.
The only last hand, we'll try Martha again. Anyone else there? Let's see, Martha. While we wait, I just want to make the committee members aware that there were some comments, people that said they weren't going to be able to attend, and I did post those to board docs, their comments in the public forum section, so you have those as well.
Great.
And you are unmuted, Martha. Are you there?
Shannon, are you saying Martha Molpus?
I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was not aware that I was on the list. So that's why I thought you meant another Martha. I'm Martha Molpus. I live in Ward 7. I have been a resident of Burlington for 6 years. I'm very in favor of this proposal. I have watched the development of this, and I have seen the community input for this and the very systematic way that this information has been put together. This proposal has been together with all the research that was done through the city and the thoughtfulness that the people who are the joint committee that's putting together this proposal have proceeded with what the membership would be, what the makeup would be. I've watched a number of the meetings. I'm sorry I'm not better prepared to speak now, but I'm very much in favor of this. And I think the most important thing really is that there be an independent board that has investigatory and disciplinary authority. That's something that cannot really be emphasized enough because it's so important for community control to have those two factors. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Martha. So we do allow members of the public who did not sign up to speak by raising their hands. So I'm going to give folks one last chance that if anybody does want to speak, you can raise your hand and Shannon will give you a chance to speak as well. There is also the Q&A function, which I'm monitoring. I would ask that people keep that respectful and, try to keep it to substantive comments on what's going on in the dialogue. I know it can be frustrating that you just have kind of time at the beginning, so you can kind of continue to give opinions or not opinions preferably, but like clarifications and thoughts as we continue to talk through the Q&A function. But again, try to use that as a limited resource and respectfully. And seeing no other hands, we are going to close the public forum. And I believe the next item on our agenda is what?
Sorry, Councilor Hightower, there was one hand which was raised at the last minute.
Oh, so it was.
Alex. Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. My name is Alex Sturgis. I'm a white cis woman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a lifelong resident of this area. I'm a paralegal at a law firm in Burlington in my fourth year of the Vermont Law Office study program. I'm writing to express my support for the draft of the charter change from Councilor Freeman for a new, completely independent community control board and not an expansion of the current police commission. Supporting this draft because it gives full disciplinary and investigatory power to the community, not that the police serve, not the police themselves. Police must be left out of civilian oversight of police. They must be held accountable for their actions. And I just feel really strongly that populations who've been historically marginalized and targeted by police must have a seat at the table of this control board. And I believe it's both possible and in fact imperative that the above mentioned diversity be enshrined in the language of the charter change. And while I'm confident that the funds can be found within the BPD budget, specifically their internal affairs budget, which should be disclosed to cover this board, I think there's always the option of firing Campbell and Carreau to help cover it. The charter change is got to be on the March ballot. There's a really strong proposal on the table, and we have a unique opportunity in this moment to lead the nation as we have in our handling of the pandemic on another public health crisis, racism and white supremacy. Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Oh, looks like we got one more.
And Jesse.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Sorry for the last minute hand raise, but my name is Jessie. My pronouns are she and her, and I've lived in the New North End of Burlington for most of my life. I studied social work at UVM and have worked with youth in the Burlington area in various positions, many of which have experienced violence and trauma at the hands of our police. I'm calling in to voice my support of community control of the police. Community members that experience increased violence at the hands of the police must have investigatory and disciplinary oversight of the police. It is critical that this new board is completely independent from the Burlington Police Department, The police department is clearly unable and unwilling to actually discipline their officers, as evidenced by Bellavans having to be bought out and that Coro and Campbell are still on the police force despite a huge community outcry demanding their removal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. Great. So turning now, closing public forum again, turning to item number 4. In my mind, the process that we'll go through now is we will turn to the March 2nd, 2021 annual city meeting, dependent community patrol board and control boards. And I think it would be best if we talk through each section, kind of section by section, talk through what we like about it, what we don't like about it. And then at the end, we come back and kind of talk about, like, as a collective, how we feel about the proposal as a whole, kind of in terms of the process that will take. Randall, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. No, as I mentioned to you before the meeting, unfortunately, I do have to go. I wanted to make sure I heard all of the community comments. But could I just ask quickly, what is the so what is this joint body tasked with doing? So I understand that this is a proposal for charter change that would come out of the charter change committee. So is the idea that this body is making comments on it in order? Is this body making some kind of vote on this, making some approval of it, or is it just offering suggestions and feedback?
So I'll let Perry and Eileen correct me if I'm wrong, but this is already out of charter change. So they have voted it out of that body and onto the city council and to this committee. Since it's in both of the bodies, I think the best thing to do is for us to kind of write a memo to the city council that as the joint committee, here's our thoughts on the document as a whole. So here's what we like about it, what we don't like, and here's, like, our overall recommendation. So I assume at this point it would just be considered by the city council as a communication. Eileen or Perry, is that?
I think that's exactly right.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. So given that I won't unfortunately be able to participate for the full discussion, I'm supportive of also kind of the motivating intentions behind the document. I do have some concerns about it. I can pass those along, I assume, via email.
I think that would be great. And I think, I don't know if it's better for me to take the comments, me and or Shireen to take the comments that come out of this and put them together with yours, or if it just makes sense for you to have a communication to the city council directly. But I think either of those would be fine.
Understood. Thank you. And I apologize for not being able to.
No, and actually, so I'll let Stephanie go, but one thing too that I did ask folks to either kind of plan on this taking a little bit longer and or having time tomorrow. I'm happy to do it. Happy is a strong word. I'm fine doing it really either way. So I'll just kind of leave it up to, I'll kind of keep going until folks say that they would like to recess till tomorrow or we finish. What I would ask is, because with Randall leaving, I think we'd be down to 6. So if somebody else has to hop off, say that, because we want to make sure that we maintain quorum. And so my bad, Perry, I don't know if you had your hand raised earlier in response to Randall, or if I should go Stephanie first and then you.
Yeah, just, since Randall is leaving, I think it would be helpful to me to just hear very quickly what the areas of concern you have are. That would help me in this discussion.
Sure, I can try to summarize them very, very quickly. So the first is a kind of I guess a broader or principled concern, which is that it's not entirely. So I'm concerned about an overall impression, which is that kind of the only constraints that exist on on disciplinary decisions are those which kind of inhere in the will of the discipliner, right? That kind of the only reason why discipline had not been imposed in the past would have been just because of kind of insufficient will to do so. I think there are additional constraints that exist on disciplinary decisions. So I just wanted to make sure that, that if those additional tools, if those additional constraints on discipline were lifted through other means, whether or not this would be kind of essentially overkill. And second, whether there's kind of, whether it's built into this proposal that there be some kind of way, some process of guaranteeing that the people who are on this body are aware of and sensitive to the additional constraints that exist, right? So there are, there are other cities and localities that have imposed kind of essentially civilian-led police disciplinary boards. Some of those end up having essentially fewer major disciplinary decisions of officers than they had before, which partly I think indicates that it's not merely a question of motivation, that there are other questions involved as well. So, so to the extent to which members of this board would be sufficiently and properly trained, to the extent to which they would have the time needed to become familiar with all these things, and the worry that once that training happens, that it's essentially kind of replicating the sort of either training or perspective that people are concerned about in the first place, but replicating the kind of perspective of what policing entails, which is what I think we want to get away from. The second concern then is actually just about that requirement that members of the board not have any ties to policing. And I think there's obvious reasons to not have a kind of conflict of interest for policing, but I think the way the proposal is written currently is, I'll just read off that passage very quickly, sorry. It was, family members shall for the purpose of this provision mean individual spouse, domestic partner, partner of civil union, parent, child, stepchild, sibling, sibling of a parent, child of a sibling, grandparent, grandchild, parent-in-law, sibling-in-law, child-in-law, step-parent, step-sibling, half-sibling, or first cousin, whether by marriage, lineal descent, or adoption. That also seems to me to be far, far too strong. I think that my grandfather was a police officer. I didn't actually know that when I was growing up, but he was a police officer in Chicago in the 60s. So you can imagine a Black police officer in Chicago, that's not going to be necessarily the same perspective of policing that other people would have. But the thought that kind of, and to be clear, I am not seeking or looking for or would want a position on this body, but the thought that kind of, that my capacity to evaluate whether or not an officer was engaging in proper behavior because I had a grandfather who was a police officer in the 60s seems far too restrictive to me. So, and again, and that's partly because, in trying to keep myself informed of policing matters across the country, I regularly pay attention to a lot of officer perspectives who have, I think, very useful things to say about what's going on with policing discipline, particularly, right? Black policing unions in various departments across the country that say, look, like this is the problem. And I think that trying to have this body kind of separate from the opinions of kind of reform-minded officers about what can be improved is, I think, a problem as well. I was a little bit worried about the criteria for membership. So there were some categories that kind of had a privileged place and that it was required that people of that category be on the board. Others were just, it just says that the board should try to get balance in these other ways. And so I wasn't quite sure what separated the ones that were required from the ones that were just kind of suggested. And I might have concern about how that was done. And then, then it seems as though there's essentially no way to have this board without essentially retaining the current investigatory structure of the police department. So you essentially can be duplicating that layer by having two separate investigatory bodies. And that seems to me to be, I won't say it seems unwise. It seems like it might be a duplication of resources. When I was looking at the various the various programs for establishing various kinds of community oversight across the country, and looking through all of NACO's documents, things like that. Generally, the concerns that were made about institutions like what I'm seeing proposed, I think there's still some confusion, some ambiguity for me about exactly what is entailed by these various branches. But so one of the concerns was just that cities and localities of the size of Burlington typically do not have the resources to do a body like this. And so again, I mean, obviously I don't know exactly what sorts of resources would be entailed in getting this off the ground, but it seems like it's that there's a lot of duplication of resources going on, right? Whether it's, you know, separate legal counsel, separate investigatory structures, separate this body being a paid body, and then even people that have the capacity to do that, whether it's a kind of a full-time job or not. It seems like it is a lot. So those are the broad areas of concern, I think. Again, I apologize for not being able to. I mean, I'll wait for a few minutes now. I mean, I don't want to just talk and leave, so I'll wait for a few minutes to have people respond, but it won't be too long, I'm afraid. And thank you for the
Great. So before we all, I don't know if Franklin's raising his hand to give comments on the proposal overall. Just for the purpose of getting to our end product, I do want to thank you, Randall. I'm glad that you got to do that before you left. But for the purpose of us getting feedback, if we're starting to get into that, I would like to get it section by section so that Audrey can capture that before we get into the overall. So was that what you were going to do, Franklin, or did you have another question or comment?
Real quick, I also want to say also, but thank you, Perry, by the way, for compiling this. And I didn't want to just like say all that and then say that I don't appreciate the document itself, which I do. Sorry.
I liked hearing all your feedback. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I feel so like, I don't know how much people have engaged with this or not. I took the first look at it, I think last weekend, and my excuse was that I've been working on the just cause eviction charter change, which now I feel is not a sufficient excuse because that's like a half page of text and I've spent more time on it than Perry has on this one. So I now feel sheepish, even trying to offer it as an excuse. So this is, it is very much an incredible amount of work. So Audrey, I did not prep you for this, but I don't know if you'd be open to starting a Word document where we can keep counselors' feedback. And I guess, I don't think you have to catch everything verbatim. I think it would just be good to get some notes and then at the end to try to get to some paragraph that says what our overall feedback on that is. Are folks okay with that process? Can I get a thumbs up? Great, awesome. So Audrey, when she's ready, we'll start a Google Doc. And I guess I would start us off on just jumping down to, and I think I have the Word document. So what I did, just in case other folks want to do the same process, is I opened the Word document as opposed to the PDF and deleted all the things that were crossed out so that I could read it easier, but obviously it doesn't actually substantively change anything. And so I'm on Article 65. I'm just going to start us there because the first one's kind of a high level thing, Independent Community Control Board. And then Section 190, Composition, Jurisdiction, Powers, and Duties, and starting with A, Board Established. So on section,
I will leave now, Counselor. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Raya, would you like me to share screen that document or?
I think it would be better to capture the notes that we have. If I can count on commissioners to open their own, I feel like our response will be the better thing to share so that we're on the same page with that.
Is it also possible if people can, if people are okay with using line numbers too, as much as possible, it might help.
I'd appreciate that, so I can
Hard to
follow
get
better.
through it, yeah. And Commissioner Herjak did have to go to work, but he was on briefly, but unfortunately he had to get off and he wanted me to let everyone know.
Great.
Sorry, I'm just having trouble. I barely heard you, so just for future reference when we're discussing, it's hard to hear you.
Sorry, I always have to hold the mic so close and then I feel like I look really weird, but you probably can actually hear me if I do that, so I'll just do that.
And then before, I guess, sorry, I actually meant to, before we before we jump into this, thank you, Perry and Eileen, for spending so much time on this. Did you have anything that you wanted to frame with or say before we get started on a section by section basis?
I don't really. I think the Charter Change Committee has, has worked hard on this draft, and I have given a fair amount of input to it. I think one of the things of this is that there are going to have to be some rules and regulations prepared by that board that are going to have to answer a whole bunch of other questions. I think, but that's sort of the idea of that provision to help fill in the blanks of a number of questions that people have around this.
And one final question, just for, I guess, for us to set this up as well. So this will go before the council. The council can make tweaks to it again, and then there will be a process from now between January where there can still be small changes made to it based on public input, and then it'll go to the voters, and the full language will be put in front of the voters. Is that true?
Just a couple modifications on that. There is time in January to make changes, and what would then have to happen is that the council at its January 25th meeting would then have to again pass this. But if it doesn't act, it goes on the ballot as whatever gets passed now. So something gets passed, it goes out for public hearing, 2 public hearings. And if the council then chooses to make changes, there could be changes made, but otherwise it goes on the ballot as written. And then the second question is, does the entire, it is unlikely that this entire change will actually be on the ballot. It is more likely that we will write a shortened question for the ballot, and this entire change has to get written out and be present in every voting booth, and will have to get sent out. I'm thinking now, everyone voting by mail, it'll have to get sent out to every voter so that they will have the full language in front of them when they are voting.
Okay, great. You told me the opposite in CDNR, so good to hear that the question can be shortened. You just have to provide the full text. And then the last thing is again, if that is then also successful, it'll go to the state, who then again can make changes.
So yeah, then what happens is it goes to the state legislature, and it starts with a Burlington representative requesting that the legislative council look at it. They look at it and look for any legal concerns, which is, I have shared with the Charter Change Committee that there are a number of legal concerns with this. So those will get reviewed up front, probably at the legislative level, and then it would go to the Government Operations Committee, which would then hold public hearings on that, and would have allow the city an opportunity to come forward and talk about it. And then it would eventually get voted on first by that Government Operations Committee. They would determine whether there are any other committees that have to weigh in on it. Eventually goes to the floor of the House. It's transferred over to the Senate. So it's a fairly, extensive legislative process, like many other bills. And then once passed by the legislature, would have to be signed by the governor as well.
Great, thank you. I know I'm still going through my first charter change process, so I assume some of the police commission is as well. I saw both Jabu and Franklin.
I just had a quick question for Eileen on that. Historically, off your head, do charter changes often get reworked in the state house, or how often do they get reworked after once they get to the state house?
We have not had them do a lot of reworking in the time that I have been doing this, but my understanding from the folks who liaison with the legislature for us is that it's not uncommon for the legislature to make changes. One of the concerns always is if you put in provisions that they feel are illegal, sometimes they'll just reject the whole thing rather than try to figure out how to work it out. So that is one of the things we take into account as we're looking at what kind of language to put forward.
And I guess to follow up on that, is it possible to have them maybe like look at it before it kind of gets to that point? Is there, I don't know, just like maybe an overview, be like, hey, that looks good. I don't know. Does that make any sense?
If I send it to Ledge Council, they're going to say, no, they're not going to look at it. If there were a Burlington representative who were to ask Ledge Council to take a look at it ahead of time, I don't know. I actually don't know if they would do that or if Ledge Council would do it, but that's the process that would have to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Great, Michael.
My question, I guess I'd like to ask Eileen a couple questions. The first one should be more of an easy one. Have you ever encountered, so how does this work in relation to the union contract? Let's say this materially changes the employment conditions of all the officers in a union, to which they've had no input other than probably just watching. What's to prevent any of this coming into effect? If they strike, if they don't accept the conditions, the prior contract governs.
So there is a provision. So the rights that municipal employees have to engage in collective bargaining are granted to them by the Vermont State Municipal Labor Relations Act. So there is a state law that says, here's what what municipal employees can bargain about and how that bargaining process works. In that statute, it says that there could be statutory provisions that override the collective bargaining rights of employees. So if there are, in other words, that employees can't, that the employee and the employer can't bargain something that violates some state law. The charter is state law. So once the legislature passes and adopts a charter change, the union and the city can't agree on a collective bargaining provision that violates that state law. I would put it in essence,
right.
The charter overrides collective bargaining. I would translate that in sort of layperson's terms.
Gotcha. And as to, I know you did a lot of research in your last memo about, police reform across the country. Have you found precedent for this kind of board?
So,
and where?
Sure. What the research that I found basically said there are about 160 communities, 180 maybe, that have some form of community oversight board, and every one of them has a different model from every other one. There are differences among all the models. In terms of pure community oversight boards that fall in those categories, none of them specifically give that board the final disciplinary authority. But in many states, there are police commissions that have always had the authority to discipline, hire, fire police officers. So it's not groundbreaking in that sense. It's taking elements from a number of different provisions and putting them together. There are other communities, almost all of them are much larger than Burlington, that have this separate investigative function that is in this charter proposal. There are many communities where the board has subpoena authority, which is in this proposal. So if we go through each of the elements, some community somewhere has elements that match each of these things. The way that we have put them together is unique to Burlington, and that is actually what the experts recommend that communities should be doing with these boards, is tailoring them to the individual community's experiences and needs. So, that's what I'd say in the big picture. There was something else I wanted to say that I have totally lost, but If I come up with it, I'll say it.
One thing I think is unique is that this also includes the chief, which has always been, we have, I think, a long history of putting department heads sort of at the discretion of the mayor. Any thoughts on that and how that could present an issue? We've historically treated employees and union members differently.
So currently, the way the charter sets the chief. Oh, I remembered what I wanted to say. The other thing I wanted to say was, as currently written, our charter allows that if an officer appeals a disciplinary decision to the police commission has final authority to decide their discipline. So they can right now overrule the chief in certain. So again, that's why it's not entirely unique what we're talking about. What is different about this proposal from many others is that it doesn't outline any real role for the chief in any part of the disciplinary procedure. And most of the other communities, I mean, virtually all of the others have some role for the chief in making recommendations, advising the board, being able to have input to what is happening, even if that disciplinary board has the final choice. So, and then in terms of your question, Franklin, right now as written, our charter says that if the mayor wants to fire the chief, he notifies the city council, and then a hearing is held before the city council, which is in essence another community board that would be voting and making the decision on the chief. So while yes, moving it away from the council and mayor is different, that bigger concept of civilian oversight, it is not inconsistent with what the system already provides.
Great. So
Thank you.
If I do want us to start making progress on this, so if we could start turning to the memo, I think that would be great. Those were helpful context questions, but Audrey, I assume you're ready at this point, so I'll ask.
And I'm sorry, what line are we starting on? I kind of forgot where we're starting on after all that.
Not at all. So I wanted us to start at line 42, which then very quickly gets us to line 78. Given all the crossouts. And so we're on Article 65, Section 190. I don't know, that's called paragraph A, something like that. Do folks have specific comments on board established? Great.
I do, but I go ahead, Shireen.
I have a couple of comments. I guess I don't know what is triggered by deeming this this an independent department of the city. I don't know what that translates to. And then the compensation being the same as the compensation for city councilors. I'm not sure that that's warranted, given that I would be shocked if this group did any level of work compared to how much work is entailed with city councilors. So that just, I guess I feel like we're jumping to conclusions in that regard, but maybe there's data that I'm not aware of, but I would just be shocked if it's comparable work. It's important. It's not about the importance. It's about the actual time committed to versus what city councilors are putting in.
Thank you, Shireen. Stephanie?
Yeah, my concern about this is that I actually don't think that this should be an independent body or department, that this should be the mandate of the police commission. I spent some time talking the last few days with the ACLU, for example, and some others, and my conversation with Jay Diaz was that, in fact, he thought that this was an appropriate role for the police commission. That's a body that has built up expertise. knows policy and understands the issues deeply. And I think it makes a lot of sense for this simply to be a role of the police commission. Clearly, there'd have to be something to change with regard to the appeal process, since we can't both adjudicate and be the appeal folks. But I think that that is the much more efficient institutional structure. I saw some data recently that I think all of us saw with regard to how many cases are there a year. And there's something like 41 cases, of which 30% are errors of certain kinds. So around 28 complaints and around 5 cases in which there's an internal investigation. So that suggests to me that, in fact, the workload is something that would be appropriate for the police commission, and to create a new board with this salary and so forth is just not necessary. I heard some of the comments with regard to, why not the police commission? But the idea going forward with this in particular was that it was understood the police commission didn't have the mandate to take on discipline, and that there was a deep desire for the police commission's mandate to change. And so I think this is exactly the kind of responsibility that people have felt that the police commission should have.
Karen.
Yeah, I'm going to echo those sentiments and just add a really quick note. While I was sitting here, I'm going to have to strongly agree, and I don't want to waste time, but I was thinking that maybe a solution might be, because I know that folks want to get this, hurry up and get it, for Monday, but I have a significant number of issues, and I was thinking about Tabitha, and we're doing all of this work, and we're out, it's all parsed out, and I'm just wondering, I think we need help, and I think they, I don't know if that we could have help from them with this, because this is a big decision and it does create some redundancies, quite a few. So we can peck away at it, but I'm going to echo Commissioner Seguino's comments, and also throw in that perhaps we could have we're going to contract with the consultancy. I don't see this work getting done any quicker, and we're not waiting for them. They're going to be on board very soon. So that's my comment.
So I do want, for whatever we say, I want us to be able to say it to the city council by Monday, because that's when the city council is voting on it. So I do want us to give them our feedback by then. So I'm going to stick to, we are going to go through the process of going through all of it. I think big comments like, I think we could, take a straw poll on police commission versus not, or something at the end. But I do want us to get feedback to the city council in time for their vote. And sorry, did you have other thoughts, Stephanie, on?
Just a quick one. I had wanted to start by thanking everybody that worked on this at the Charter Change Committee. I thought you did a tremendous amount of work and a lot of background. And Eileen, I really appreciated your very long memo on the various models and so forth. It was just tremendously informative. So I don't want to jump in with a different opinion that suggests that I don't have a lot of respect for the work that you all did. I thought you you paid attention to some really important details. I do have another comment, if I may. The organization, actually, the one that Eileen mentioned in her memo, the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, is an organization at the Vera Institute. The Vera Institute is a very well-respected organization on criminal justice, and they have worked with many of the civilian oversight boards in the country. There are now over 200. And they are open to giving communities feedback on their proposals. So I think as much work as you all have done, we need to bring people along with this and make sure that we've thought through all of this. And so I think an appropriate thing to do is to invite them to review this and to give us their feedback to see how this fits with Burlington's particular conditions.
Great. And we'll come back to the answer as a whole. Right now, let's go through the rest of the proposal and give specific recommendations. And I will say on just A, I kind of agree with the compensation piece. We have a lot of other boards that do a lot of work, and I don't think it's that they're not entitled to compensation, and certainly $5,000 isn't a huge amount, but I think it starts to get it. I wouldn't want to make a one-off decision about which one board gets compensated right now. Any other thoughts on A specifically? Go ahead, Perry.
I'm assuming that it makes sense for me to just hear everyone's feedback. So I'm going to just be super quiet. I'm just taking a bunch of notes. I can share some like overall stuff at the end, but we'll probably have plenty of time to discuss. I just really want to hear everyone's feedback at this point.
And I think it would be great if you could be available for questions. I think for me, it would be, and I would want to save it to the end because I think there's so much substance here for us to still work with, but to hear why you all chose to make it separate from the police commission. So I think it would be great for you to answer questions, basically, both of you. So moving on to B, if there's, and feel free to keep, anytime I move on, it doesn't mean we can't go to the section above. So definitely feel free to go back to anything. But is there anything on A or B that folks would want to do, starting hopefully with 1 and 2? So term and diversity. Go ahead, Shireen.
Well, I appreciate the limit on terms, because I think in the past, the police commission, I mean, frankly, I'm on my 2nd term, and I know that there were individuals before I joined the police commission who were probably on for decades. And I do appreciate that for something like this, I think it would be appropriate to limit the terms. So I do like that. I do agree with the concerns raised by Randall about composition.
Yeah, seeing no other quick hands, I'll say I love all the things in the term. On diversity, I would like to see the 3s change to 2s and the 2 to 1, just because I do think it makes it, having been on the selection board for at least 1 round, doing things like the Church Street Commission where it is limited, having so many people who will have to be 2 things at once, I think will make it hard to find folks. So I would make that a little bit easier.
I wholeheartedly agree with that as well, too.
I'm sorry, I didn't really, it's okay, I can circle back. I didn't really capture.
Yeah, I can just quickly say it. And also Audrey's taking notes, I believe. So
I'm trying to take good notes, but then people are also texting me questions. It's always multitasking during the meetings.
Yeah, I think it says 3 BIPOC, or no, 3 Black and Indigenous. I would change all of the ones that are 3 to 2 and the 1, 2 to 1.
Okay. Okay, I got most of it. That's okay. We can keep going.
Other folks on 1 or 2? Qualifications. Go ahead, Shireen.
I completely agree with Randall about the law enforcement. He took the words out of my mouth with his comments, so I absolutely agree on that.
Stephanie.
I don't want to speak for Jay Diaz, but I did ask him about this as well, and because I felt like this was too restrictive as well. I think there is an important issue of conflict of interest, and that we want to respect that. His thinking, and again, I don't want to be speaking for him, but I'm just going to convey the conversation, was that it shouldn't be police officers or anybody who's been a police officer in the last 10 years. I think probably spouses as well. But I think beyond that, I think these restrictions are or too many.
Thank you, Stephanie. Others?
I agree. It's too restrictive, and I think Randall said it best. But yeah, I would definitely agree with spouses. Yeah, spouses and police officers in the last 10 years.
I too think it's too restrictive, and I think I would rather just say that you have to report a. I mean, the process looks pretty intensive in terms of getting selected, so I would rather just folks have to put on their application if there's a known family member, and then the selection board can make their own decision on whether they seem like they have a conflict of interest or not, based on that. So I would want it to be part of the application process, but not a definite elimination. Going down to other parts on qualifications. I should say I also really like that you flagged the immigration status so that it's not just, I thought that was really thoughtful. And that you can stay as long as you live in Chittenden County. That feels really reasonable to me, but you can't reapply. So I thought that was good. Give some positive feedback too. Anything on selection, initial board, or vacancies?
For selection, I'm looking at 3 organizations to the extent possible. Okay, that's should be Black-led and majority Black membership. I was just thinking about the community, and I think I like the leaving in that to the extent possible. So I was just really scrounging for like where we would go. But I think it's good, and it looks like there's been edits since the last time I opened this. Community shall.
Stephanie, and then Shireen, I don't know if you had your hand up. Jabu.
I'm going to defer. I've spoken a lot, so I'll defer to Jabu and to Stephanie.
Yeah, go Jabu, go ahead.
So with selection, I very much understand the needs and reasons behind this. I do feel that that current language could be restricting for honestly a fair amount of BIPOC folks in the city. I speak for myself personally. I grew up here, and I've never been. I don't really affiliate myself with really anything or anyone. I kind of march to be my own drum, and I feel that if I feel that like if you're not really known and known to some of these civic groups, that you might be shut out of the process and not allowed to join. And I just feel like it limits the pathways of like for BIPOC people to join this board. If like you have to, if you have to kind of be like known or associated with one of these civic organizations.
Stephanie or Shireen.
That was my comment too, is I think that there ought to be different pathways to, I think it's great to get nominations from activist groups and so forth, but at the same time, I think there need to be pathways and for people to be nominated from by other mechanisms as well. Sorry.
Similar to your comments about 3 becoming 2 and 2 becoming 1, 7 seems like that's going to be a lot of work wrangling folks to meetings on an annual basis. So I know they chose that Perry, that number must have been very well thought out, but it seems like a lot to coordinate 7 different groups. So that's my comment on that, is it just seems like a big hurdle.
And I guess to clarify my comment, I absolutely want and would love nominees to come from these organizations. I just don't believe that they should be the only people nominating applicants for this board.
Just for clarification, Jabu, are you talking about 4 on selection, or I'm just trying to figure out where everybody is.
Yes.
Sorry, yes, on selection, my apologies.
So we're lines 115 through 123. And clarification, because this is just to nominate someone to appoint to be on the appointment committee, right? You can still serve on the commission no matter. No. Okay.
Wait,
I
what?
misunderstood that then.
Wait, I didn't understand your question.
So and admittedly, I maybe read it quickly. I understood, I could just read it again. I understood that you had to be the community selected folks who were on a committee who would decide who would be on it, or are they actually the ones who are being not nominated?
You're right, they're on a committee, but
Okay.
each of the organizations puts someone on a committee, that committee appoints the people.
Right, so you can be not part of a committee and eventually be on the board.
Correct.
Okay, good. Then I'm less worried about it. The one thing I would say is, again, just to reduce administrative burden, I think making this committee form every year is a lot. So I would, on the initial board, rather than having it happen every year, the selection annually, I would have it be biannually. This is kind of getting to the weeds of it, and then having like 3 members serve for 2 years and then 3 for 4, or I guess, yeah, 2 years and then 3 for 4, so that it's every other year. So you're not trying to wrangle this together every year. Any other thoughts on that whole section? Great, then moving on to C, jurisdiction, lines 132. And I would just open it up for the whole thing. So lines 132 through 168. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Sure, why the silence from everybody, and I would be happy to wait for others to speak up. But
I'm just going to say the same thing, because I think all my comments are, I'm looking at what I have written in the margins, and it's all goes back to the original sort of concept of this. So I'm going to wait until the end.
Okay, so there's no specific changes you would like to see. It's more broad.
Well, I think it's important to discuss this. And so if, as I said, I have to defer to anybody else, but if not, I will jump off the diving board. You know, so this model that you have looks like an investigatory model as compared to the other two approaches, a review model or a monitor model. And you know, I think there are deep questions here. For example, most of the investigatory models are in large cities that have permanent civilian oversight boards that are professionals and are, you know, deeply trained, which is very time consuming. And I just say that having been on boards in the school board before, in which we tried to conduct training for people that work full time, is very difficult. But in any case, those investigatory models tend to be of large police agencies with really severe, egregious records. And I'm not diminishing the things that happen in Burlington, but I'm saying that's an issue of scale. Most of the smaller towns that have civilian oversight boards have review boards. And that's partly because they don't require a permanent trained staff board to be making these decisions. And then there's the monitor model. what I see for us is something that's a hybrid. And I think we need to continue to work on this to get it right. Eileen mentioned that this proposal is the only one that doesn't allow a role for the police chief. And so I think that, if we're going to go out on a limb like that, I would really like some additional input from an organization like NACOL that does do this to see how that would work. I was just talking to Chief Burke in South Burlington today, and he told me that in South Burlington and many other municipalities in the state, that it is the legislative body that has the makes the disciplinary decision. So either the select board or the city council. In the case of South Burlington, the chief makes a recommendation and it goes to the mayor, but the mayor is the one that makes the final decision. So I just see so many moving parts here and I guess maybe I just kind of answered, kind of succinctly answered it myself. This model doesn't seem to fit the scale of the size of Burlington and so forth. And I can think of a couple of ways that this could be approached, that the police commission have the disciplinary authority, that it maybe has a monitor that participates in the investigation, that structures the investigations and so forth, and therefore can independently report to the commission about and leaves an opportunity for the police to make a recommendation. I could think of, for example, a possibility that the police commission have the equivalent of a defense attorney. In other words, a person who would be able to help this body interpret and ask hard questions. I mean, and I want to say the following, if I may, that I understand the concern with only relying on a chief's report of the investigation and so forth. Many of you know that I do this research in Vermont, and I have seen racial bias in many agencies, and the evidence from Burlington exists as well. And one of the things that happens is that so frequently the language that is used by in investigations, in police reports, in and of itself is racialized, right? So for a verbal assault, maybe actually something very minor, but if it's a person of color, it's elevated to something to be very, much more dramatic, for example. And, so the point I want to make is that we need an independent review, but I think that we need to think carefully about whether we ice out the chief entirely or what other structure can be put in place so that we do have a way to review video independently without somebody kind of shaping how we see it and so on and so forth. And that's why, as I say, I come to this sort of that I can't kind of make kind of final recommendations on how to revise this, because I think we need more input to address some of the concerns that we have in Burlington. So I think that the way that this is described as an investigatory model it needs some tweaking. And I think that a model in which the police chief is able to offer a recommendation, but we have a way to independently understand the events without relying exclusively on the chief's interpretation, gets us closer to what we want to do.
So just a reminder that we're trying to kind of make a collective document. So I assume that Audrey didn't get all of that, and I would never expect her to. So like, I don't think we're gonna solve tonight like any of this. So I think my point is keep your comments on the shorter side as possible. But
so if you don't mind, I really think that we need to educate ourselves. I've spent the last 3 days reading about all of this, and if we're being asked to make decisions on this, then I think we've got to talk through the complexities of this. So I appreciate what you're saying, but that's what citizen oversight looks like, is we have to be educated citizens to make these decisions. And the discussions are long, but they're needed to kind of be careful about how we're doing things.
Right. And I didn't mean to say that we shouldn't have discussion, but I think it's like, the point is you don't feel comfortable with it. Like there were 3 like points I think in there, and I wasn't even sure that I caught them all. It's like, you're not comfortable with the chief not having any role in this. You're not sure that this is like a long-term. I just think, I don't think we will capture what you're saying and send it to the city council when it's not packaged in a way that Audrey can capture. And so maybe I should have instead said, it would be nice if you summarized your comments at the beginning or end for Audrey, because
Write them up and send them if that would be helpful.
Okay.
I feel like I got most of it. Punctuation is very questionable, so ignore that. There is an arrow at some point in this, so.
Great. And then, and that is another, no, that's fine. So other thoughts on this section, and I'm saying it as a section because I do think it's pretty complete. And Karen, I don't know if you want to go ahead and give yours, since you also said it.
You know, it's really the same thing. So you said at the end, we'll give our comments. I'm just mindful that, you know, several things have gone on around these issues where we've, you know, we got to get to the city council, and then, you know, something passes and then we're backtracking. So we'll move forward and we'll get.
Okay, it is a big section, so I think big comments make sense here, I guess was my point. Go ahead, Perry.
Thank you. I just wanted to know, I do appreciate the emphasis on anyone like at this committee or commission table, we'll just call it this table, needing to review this and discuss it and talking about the complexities. I think in those conversations, I just never want to lose that the emphasis to me in shifting the control and shifting the authority to the community is because people with lived experiences often don't have to necessarily do that research. And I mean, of course, we all like have to educate ourselves and access that, but there's so much part of lived experience that already makes people knowledgeable about what needs to change to not experience the violence that they're experiencing anymore. So I hear that. I sometimes I feel like it's lost. And I think that I think is that partially at the core of this is that lived experience is just such a incredible factor in people having an understanding of these issues.
Yeah, and I love that you said that, Councilor Freeman, and I just want to put this out here for, you know, folks, is there's been a lot of focus on people's lived experience with this, putting this together. You know, I hit about 3 of these, 4 of them in the list for qualifications. So my lived experience is abuse survivor, someone who struggled with drug addiction. You know, I get that, but I also know that whatever we do here has to be, you know, we're not professionals. So that's I think what, you know, Commissioner Seguino keeps coming back to, and I won't jam this up, and we'll keep looking for edits, but, you know, I want you to know, you know, just for yourself that it's here, you know, that it really is here.
Any other thoughts on this section, which again includes a lot? Great.
Have the retention of records. Are we at line 163? Because we're still under. You might have to remind me how far down. I'm trying to. Are we under?
Yeah, I'm the whole jurisdiction section. So whatever, because it is kind of a package.
The 75 years. That's, you know. I mean, not to mince words, but that's. I would want things to be kept on file. 75 years is too long. You know, most folks are in their 30s. That would, you know, it would just be, you know, predate. Somebody would be dead by the time these records. And I'm not saying they're not important, but and I think they are. You know, definitely the current policy doesn't work. But I think I'd like to see, you know, I think 25 years is good. And then. Or 10 or 15, but I would like that to go back to the council. And then the big thing from, we're not on powers and duties yet. Oh yes, we are. The one thing for me under powers and duties, I'm wondering if we can have a discussion about training here. Is this something we can talk about, or just maybe make a note that I would be concerned under powers and duties about a training period? These kinds of duties, some of them seem like they're simple, but I think that, what we're trying to do is compose the board of people who will need training. So somewhere along these lines, sort of mentioning what type of training it would be, and what kind of investment we would make in training, because these are pretty significant powers.
Are you talking about line 208 specifically?
I'm talking about really underneath the board. So 172 starts, the board shall have the following powers and duties. I think I'm just talking about that whole section where it talks about powers and duties in a training period. I don't see anything mentioned. So it's just a broad comment on the entire section, because we're selecting folks who don't have a background with any of this. So I think when you take it back to the council, we need to talk about when, how we would be training folks to work with these powers, and essentially.
So on 208, just to make sure, there is, all it says is to attend and complete training sufficient to perform its duties.
Yeah.
And are you saying that's too vague for you? Or?
Yeah, that's what yeah. So it's like, it's more about specific training, and, just looking at it as a proposal, what specific training there would be for certain parts of this. And then, the other thing that I'm really struggling with is I like to see, I like to see it broken out in terms of like hours and costs. I understand we can't do that now or here, but to attend and complete training sufficient to perform its duties, it just seems like I think it's, even if you put an S after trainings, because it's not going to be one training. It's going to be a lot of training.
Great. Other thoughts on power and duties? Eileen, I have a question here, which is how much, because it says power and duties, how much of this is there any obligation that the board has to do all of those things, or is it a mix since it's power and duties? I don't know. Like, for example, like, do they have to hire employees or consultants, including legal representation, or is that like a power that they have?
I think it's a power that they have.
Okay. And that would be true of all of the numbers?
I think the duties were in particular to attend and complete training would be a duty. I think that the duty is more, what is obligatory on them. And I think the idea of number one, to establish rules and regulations, is for them to have some ability to set the scope of what they're doing, but it would be subject to the city council approving whatever that board came up with as their general scope.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question. I don't have any concerns then. Go ahead, Shireen.
So some of these comments are going to carry over from different, so this goes back to the beginning when we talked about the scope, the breadth, and I think the general statement that we have the power to hire employees or consultants, including legal representation. Again, that just seems that we would need, that this entity would need employees. I can see legal representation in instances, but it's not my experience that there is the work that you could keep someone employed with the work of this group. So anyway, it's okay to say that they would have that power or ability. So I guess if it's just enumerating, if it ever became relevant, but at this point, that's not been my experience that that could happen. There would be a need for it.
Other thoughts on this section? Okay, moving on to E, the investigative office.
Where's
Oh, Stephanie, then Karen.
Sorry, I fell behind on part C above that, where it says, if the board disagrees with the department's decision, it doesn't say whether it's a majority vote, a unanimous vote. So, assuming, I think that should be clarified.
Mm-hmm.
What line are you on?
It's line 165.
Thank you.
Oh, I think it's 155 in the version I'm looking at, just for cross-reference.
I ask a point of information.
Go ahead.
I think Attorney Blackwood, the way it's written, it's unless otherwise specified, it would be by quorum, correct? By simple majority.
It would be by simple majority, correct?
Right. Unless otherwise specified.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to, because I just want to make sure that the way that we had written it was the way that I understood based on Commissioner Seguino's question. Okay. Commissioner Seguino, did you think that it should be anything other than simple majority, or did you just want to make sure that it was specified?
Well, I think I've heard some discussion of a 2/3 majority. Two-thirds. I'm going to just leave that out there for people to debate. I think if it's a well-trained group, I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that.
Karen, go ahead.
So are we on E, investigative offices? Are we, because we transitioned back to C, so I just want to make sure folks are ready to go to E. I don't know if that's where we are, but
I can go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right, that this is the investigative office of this body that we're talking about. So it says the office shall have on request access to any and all records. And then B says, and relevant city staff, and then unfettered access to police command and internal affairs personnel. Can I guess, in my experience, I'm just wondering if this is something that we're just asking for, because I think there's probably some legal and contractual issues with this part. And then so I'll stop there. Did we research the legal implications of this, or? Sorry, I don't, I usually see footnotes and then spreadsheets on cost. So I'm going to want to see all that. Is it legal?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking for, but in turn, if part of what I believe in most communities that, and I think at least some of the language is taken from some of the other communities that have these boards, is the idea is to say that right now, for example, well, you have general employee privacy issues that say, only people with need to know can have access to employee related matters. This is sort of setting up who has a need to know, that the investigative office falls into that kind of category that would have access to private personnel matters. In terms of, I think that there will always be issues that may have to get worked through between the state's attorney's office concerning if there are criminal charges being brought against someone and the investigator wants to try to access information that is part of, say, an ongoing undercover activities of a criminal conspiracy, for example, and the investigator wants to try to interview undercover agents. This could run into problems there, something like that.
Yeah,
so, yes, we haven't worked out all the issues.
Thank you.
Eileen, I also have a question to you similar to the one I asked before, which is on my version, at least line 251, where it says the investigative office shall have a director who is hired by the board, other staff, or consultant as determined by its director. And so I guess this speaks a little bit to
that does sound like it's saying they have to do that.
Okay, good. Yeah, so that would be a concern that I have then. I do think, to Stephanie's point of scale for the city, I think we want to be able to scale this up or scale it down kind of as the board decides their need. And I think to necessarily have to have a director is doesn't allow for that scale down if necessary. So I think a may there would probably.
What line are you on, Soraya? Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm.
Yeah, I'm on line 251 and then 253. So I don't know if some of the other ones you really wanted to have a shall, like for example, maybe you really did want it to be housed in a separate location from the police department, but I wouldn't want the investigative office to have a director if it could maybe fit under a different director in the city, when maybe they just need, to somebody else's point, an attorney or something like that to support them.
Point of information.
Go ahead, Perry.
That's interesting feedback. I think if we did want to do that, my understanding would we just say, Attorney Blackwood, it wouldn't be may, would it just be a shall and then at the discretion of the board? That's probably how it would be written there. Because may would mean that you could actually just decide to strike it completely once you got to the ordinance, or sorry, like the rules and regulations process further down the road. But if you wanted to ensure that they would have the ability at their discretion, you'd have to keep it as shall, but then right at their discretion. Is that how that would work? Or does it not matter?
That makes sense.
Okay. Sorry, I have to get into the weeds on the language. Thank you. Sorry.
And then this is a bigger question, but I'm going to go ahead and ask it anyway. But for these things that have cost implications, and say things like shall, what is the mayor's and city council's ability to limit that within a budget or not?
I have not thought through what would happen if you had a shall and the city council and mayor did not appropriate for it. I'd have to think about that before I answer off the cuff.
Okay, that's great. Other folks on investigative office? Okay, then let's open it up for a big discussion. General discussion. Go ahead, Karen.
I would like to see some cost associated with this. I think if it is going to be a ballot item, we're going to have to do that anyway. So I would definitely like to see some cost associated with it. And I also agree on the director piece. I would like it to be another director in the city, potentially someone like Director Green. That makes sense to me. I'm not sure if she's listening. She's probably like, no. But I really would just like to see it, just so we know. And then I'm just going to circle back to the comments that were made earlier. A, I think we need help, and B, I think we really need to consider. I know I saw a document from Attorney Blackwood, and I still have it, that did put changes to the police commission's power, and I know this needs to go to the city council to have a look at, but I would like it to be noted that that document was didn't receive very, very much review, and I was a proponent of that document. That's all I'll say.
Other thoughts? Milo, Jabu, Franklin also. Go ahead, Stephanie.
If the others, if I've already spoken, so if the
No,
others-
go ahead.
Okay. I don't know if it's appropriate, but if it is, I'll make the motion that we request NACOL to review this before it goes to charter change. Or not to review it, but to get, to get their advice, basically. Yeah.
And just, sorry, there's been a motion made. Is there a second?
I would second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Hart. Sorry, I saw that hand first. Any discussion? Go ahead, Perry.
Point of information, what do you mean when you say?
If you can pick up your, thank you.
Point of information, when you say before it goes to charter change, what does that mean?
Just 1 second here. I guess what I meant is before it goes to a vote, right, before it goes to the ballot. Sorry, that was a better way to say it.
So
what you meant.
In other words, that the city council will review it on December 7th, and that before this is put out to vote in a referendum in March, that NACOL review it with the opportunity for the city council to, revise it again.
So I have a point of information. Eileen, do we have the authority to do that?
She phrased it as request, so I
Okay.
would say you can absolutely put forward a request.
Right. Okay. Awesome.
Go
ahead, Perry.
To follow up on that, as another point of information, so do you mean, because so the last day to change anything for the ballot is January 25th, is that correct? Or no, sorry, the public hearings would be before that. So are you saying, would you want it to be, I just want to make sure I know what I'm voting on and what your request is. I agree that we don't have the ability to sort of mandate that, but of course we have the authority to request it, to make a request. So I just wanted to make sure that that I understood what you're if you were thinking they would get back to us by January, or if that's what you were hoping to have happen, or if that was your goal.
I think the point is that it be reviewed before it goes to the ballot. The timing of that would then depend upon all of the steps that have to happen. So somebody would just have to back that up and figure out what the due date by which we would get their input would need to be completed. But the point being, the general point being, that they review this before this go to the ballot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you? I feel like I'm chatting. Are you all good, Councillor Freeman?
Yes, I think I have some. Can I speak now on the motion?
Go ahead.
I think I just have some. Do you think that they'll be able to get back to us on a pretty quick timeline?
I truly have no idea. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking to me?
No, I am talking. Well, I don't know. It's up to Chair Hightower to
have a dialogue, please.
I don't know. It would be, a simple matter probably to call them and find out, but they do this regularly. They do review these proposals regularly. So,
okay.
6 weeks, 8 weeks, maybe.
Okay. I have I'm familiar with them, but I mean, just in the world of organizations that review policing and oversight models and all these things, it's highly politicized. And I've said this before. And so there is a nature to that. So I'm open to someone doing a review. I might not necessarily agree depending on sort of where they sit in the spectrum of the very like highly politicized nature of police review. But at this point, I think it's okay. And I wouldn't want to, like, if you're interested in that review, Commissioner Sabino, I wouldn't want to prohibit that. So I'd be happy to have the committee make that request.
Just as a point of information, I encourage you to Google the Vera Institute for Justice. They're a very progressive criminal justice reform organization. So I would trust them. I wouldn't put their name out there if I didn't think they were exactly the right organization to do this.
And Stephanie, what can you say the name of that organization one more time?
I don't know why I remember it in my head. It's the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. It's located at the Vera Institute for Justice, which is a highly regarded organization on criminal justice reform.
And along those lines, I don't know if, because I can't share the meeting and Google this at the same time, so I don't know if you'd be open to, I'm throwing it out there, to friendly amendment is like, because I won't have time to research this organization before we vote on this. So I wonder if you're open to saying something like, or a similar organization, rather than specifying one. Not that I don't trust you, but I don't like to just take someone's word for anything. And then Karen and Shireen. And then back to Perry.
I'm actually using my hands to Google this, so I'm not raising my hand right now.
Shireen.
I'm wondering if the motion, Commissioner Seguino, is to recommend that be done before the city council votes on it. So before they vote on this, do we want this organization to be reviewing it before it gets that far, before the vote to put this on the ballot?
That makes the most sense.
Okay, I thought the motion was to have the vote, have it reviewed after the vote, but it seems to me that it's putting the cart before the horse if we do it that way. So maybe I misunderstood the motion. Okay, so what we're recommending through the motion is that this be reviewed before it's put. We ask the city council to put this to that organization before they vote on it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Zariah, to your point, if you think it's appropriate to add or a similar organization, that would be fine as a friendly amendment.
Could
I want to pause. Go ahead.
Could I just clarify in terms of timing, charter changes have to go on the town meeting ballot or another vote in order to get on the town meeting ballot because of the requirements to hold public hearings, and you have to hold them over a series. There are a number of deadlines in state law. In order to do that, the last date on which the city council could act is it could hold a special meeting the week of December 14th. But right now, its only scheduled meeting is December 7th in order to vote on charter changes. So which is Monday. So that's the problem that we're facing is, even if they waited a week to vote, I'm not sure that we could get it to Nicole and get any meaningful review in that time frame. And that's when the city council vote is going to happen. So just want to make sure folks were understanding that the city council votes first, it goes out to public hearing. Then if there are changes, there can be a second council vote, but there doesn't have to be.
And to be clear on where we are right now on the motion, that was a proposed change, but Stephanie was the original motion to have it before it went on the ballot. I just want to make sure we're clear on what the motion is right now.
Yeah. So there are two different things on the table here with regard to that. One, what I originally said was before it goes to the ballot, but clearly it makes sense for this to happen before the city council votes on the charter change. I didn't think we were in a position of sorting out all those deadlines. What I wanted to do was to propose a motion that we get this review before we take additional steps to finalize this, whatever the finalization process looks like. So the basic point I want is to make a motion that this be reviewed by NACOL or some other organization, and then situate it within all of the constraints we have. But for me personally, I think it's enough for us to say that we want this motion, that we want this reviewed before this goes to the ballot or before the city council. And I think then it's incumbent upon everybody else to work out the details, to call NACOL and see if we can get it done in time.
Okay, and sorry, I'm going to go back to Eileen quickly with my own, because what I understood from what you said of the last process is the council will get to vote on this once. There'll be a series of public hearings, some of which could be done with this review publicly available. And then there will be another vote where the council can make changes to it and or decide not to put it on the ballot after all. No, just change.
Well, yes, there at that point, there has to be an affirmative. If the council doesn't do any action, it goes on the ballot automatically, because you will have voted to put it on the ballot. Right. But you can change that vote based upon whatever you hear in the public hearings.
Perfect. Thank you. Just want to make sure that Stephanie's good with that. And then, okay, Perry.
So I think that though I overall support the request for more information and more input, the aspect of this that mostly concerns me is because really at this point, our vote to put this on the ballot is December 7th. To me, this is like, I just am struggling with the fact that it's incredibly ambiguous then what message we're sending to the council, sort of, because it will be impossible for us to get this review. Today it's December 3rd and the vote is December 7th, and it's probably impossible to get it by December 14th, and it's probably impossible to get it by December whatever that last date in December is that we are going back and forth about what it is, but it's the third-ish week of December. And so I think it's to me it's just I think we should vote on this on the 7th. I understand if we want this review even just for public information by town meeting day in March, but I don't think it should impede and effectively kind of become like a kind of the way that it's phrased now, the request to me kind of just kills the ballot item before it just doesn't. I'm worried about that aspect of it. So I wouldn't vote for that request on this timeline, but on a timeline that allowed us to still vote for it, put it on the ballot on the 7th, and then for the community to have more information before that seems reasonable. But I think this timeline concerns me.
So to clarify, just because I think there's a difference between intentionality and wording. So I think currently Seguino's motion is to have it before it goes on the ballot, but Perry, to you, that means that because we're voting to put it on the ballot on Monday, that's inconsistent with timing, or yeah.
Can I make a motion?
Yeah, please.
So I'd move to amend, and I kind of have a bunch of chicken scratch on because I think it took a little bit of, we changed the wording a little bit, but I would just move to amend it so that it was to request that NACOL give us a review. So sort of strike the timeline. Getting confused in my own words now. Or you could say to the extent possible by town meeting day.
And then, so before we take a second, I would actually just ask the maker if that would be a friendly amendment or not.
It would not, and I can't accept it, and I'll explain why. I think we have concerns about this model, and it's, and so it doesn't make sense to keep going down this path if we're not convinced that it's the right model. And so that's what we're seeking the input for. And so, I don't intend to speak for what everybody does at City Council, but it does seem to me that you're asking the City Council to review something that at least some of us think is flawed in its major component, which is the role of this entity, whether it's the police commission or not, whether it's investigatory or there's a monitor model, all of that, those are really key questions. And so I just think the sooner that we can get some additional input on this to help us perfect this, then that's the time best spent, and the sooner the better. So I don't think I don't know, I'll just leave it at that. But I want to make clear that this isn't just to have a rubber stamp from NACOL. It's because I think some of us think that there are some problems with this, and better to get it reviewed and get some additional input and rework it as soon as possible, rather than just to tack it on as a positive review at the end.
So before we go into discussion, Commissioner Freeman made a motion to amend. Is there a second to that motion?
A friendly amendment. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this isn't, so now we're going to vote on it. A friendly amendment would have just changed it. But so is there a second to this motion? I will second it. Now discussion. Karen?
I think that what I'm hearing here, and I'm not sure I really understood the last piece of it because my mother is texting me about COVID-19, but she does not have it. But I think what I'm hearing is that we don't have agreement here, and we're not, at least I know I'm not, doesn't sound like Stephanie's not. We just are not, we're not in agreement with its current form. And so I think for us, I can only speak for myself as a commissioner, I'm not a city councilor. So, I don't want to let it get out of this body. I'm not ready to pass it on in its current form and say, okay, I think what you're saying, Soraya, is that we're going to send this document back for the 7th, with our notes on it. What do those notes mean? Do they mean that we might, and I just want, as a point of clarification, anything that gets rushed has a potential to have a backlash on the BIPOC community. It really doesn't protect anybody if it's not thorough, because any loophole to crucify BIPOC people is going to be used. That's why I want it to be exactly right. And I really, really do. And I appreciate all the work that everybody's done, but I think it has the potential to have a negative impact on the community. And I don't think we have agreement here. And so that's all I'm saying is we can go back and forth. We just don't. Okay, I'm done.
I have a point of information, Councillor Hightower.
I'm so sorry. Yes, please go ahead, Councillor Paulino.
So Attorney Blackwood, how can the amendment, so I have two things. I'll just state my point of information first, which is how can you amend a motion which essentially kills the motion? In other words, it goes to the very substance of the motion, the amendment.
I wouldn't agree with that interpretation of the, it changes it significantly, but it isn't totally adverse to it isn't the opposite of the motion. The motion, in the essence of the motion, it's to request NACOL to review, and the issue being talked about is the timing of that.
Well, I think that was my second question is Professor Seguino clarified later that the intent was to have that input before December 7th, essentially. But the original motion as on the floor was more ambiguous than that, I think.
I mean, it's up to the
so that's my point of information.
It's up to the chair to rule if it's out of order. As the council's parliamentarian, I would say to you, I don't believe that amendment is improper. I think you can say, no, I think a different timing is better.
I'm so sorry. We just got good news, so I was not paying attention.
You were being the question was whether or not the amendment was out of order because it essentially guts the purpose of the movement's motion, and I said no. In my view, it was not, but the ruling is really yours.
I'm going to agree with Eileen and say it's not out of order. Go ahead, Shireen.
Thank you. And I'm really curious about your good news, but I'm going to be respectful and expect a text afterwards. Commissioner Ciclino, do you know if there's a cost associated with that review?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Milo, go ahead.
Just a couple of observations. When this was initially, when the police commission was initially advised, it was a general advisement. And then I personally was not aware of the depth of the discussion or the deadlines until Councilor Shannon had sent over her draft. And then I actually jumped on the last two meetings for the charter change committee because I was like, wow, this was moving a lot more faster than the police commission was initially informed. Anyway, the bottom line is we're kind of coming in the game later than maybe what we should have. We should have been involved earlier, I think. And now we're getting the final product at the end. And I appreciate the motion to have the review, but I guess I'm not sure it will mean anything in terms of the fact, one, it's out of the charter committee, and two, the city council votes Tuesday to put it on the ballot. And I don't think that should be slowed down. So would we be looking for the review then ultimately to serve as a document for the public to review? To have them have that be an additional piece of information that they can use to consider what their vote will be.
I don't feel like I can. Are you asking a specific person, Milo, or
whoever can offer up that answer? I mean, if we have this review, are we then saying that the city council could change? I think someone mentioned that the city council could go back and change what the charter committee already did. Is that what was being said earlier?
So, I mean, we can, I guess first, and this is all my opinion, but first we're requesting something. So this isn't, we're requesting the city council, who I don't think we have the authority over to do something. So I don't, like, to some extent, it's just a request. Then I guess I would want Stephanie to answer, like, the intention of her motion is still not to have it voted, to block a vote on the 7th. It's to make sure that before that final, whatever we would call that, the chance that the council has, that there's a review before that, I think is maybe getting at Milo's question. I don't know if it is or not, Milo, so feel free to correct me.
First of all, I understand that there's going to be a special meeting of the city council on December 17th. I just want to make the, and so therefore, it seems to me that there's
I don't think that's,
I'm sorry, 7th or 17th? I'm sorry. I thought it was just said that there was the only meeting they were having in December was the 7th.
Remember that they can always call a special meeting.
Okay, but at this time they haven't. So we're putting it out there as a possibility that they would do that.
We haven't, and just to clarify real quick, the date is we have to do it before the 17th. There hasn't been any saying that there will be one on the 17th. It's just that's the last date I think that we can do it on.
Okay.
I think we're, I just would really love to find a way to help us from this impasse.
I'm
And
about to just take it to
I
a
wanted to say
vote.
that I think is general agreement is to request that Nicole give us substantive input on this. It seems to me that the city council can always change this at any point once they get additional information. I'm not on the city council, but I think I would, so I don't know if the city council will say we'll defer a vote and get that input. I don't feel the need to sort that out right now. I think it's just useful for us to recognize that there are some concerns about the model that's proposed and that we want additional input, and that input should be taken into consideration going forward. How the city council schedules its votes in light of that I would leave that up to them.
That helps. Franklin and then Perry.
I just want to, I'm starting to get a little bit more impatient, and I'm going to be a little bit more blunt. I'm going to synthesize 2 points that have been brought up repeatedly. I think Milo refined it to me in a way I hadn't heard it before tonight. What is the point of us having this item here tonight? I mean, we should have never talked about it. There's no one here jumping at the gun except the maker asking for this to go to the floor. And why did we bring it here then? If we can't even get input, what happened at the Charter Change Committee? How many experts were retained? If Barrow wasn't consulted before, why are we coming up with it now? So it's hard for me to jump on the gun when it's like, well, we held these meetings, but nobody can tell me that productive things happened at that meeting from what I've been told. They were difficult meetings. There wasn't a lot of back and forth investigation into these models. Eileen drafted a huge memo for us, and I don't see that incorporated here at all. It's just very frustrating to, again, I've said this to other people. This is the biggest service we provide our citizens. It is controversial right now. It hasn't always been. But keep in mind that 1/3 of your property tax dollars goes to city, and the police department is a big chunk of that. And this is a huge responsibility to just, from one day to the next, make a sweeping reform where essentially the police chief could be fired every 6 months. Anytime there's a complaint, and the mayor and has no input in the city council. So I mean, thank you.
Thank you, Franklin. Perry.
To characterize those meetings as unproductive or a lack of engagement is, in my opinion, very, very misleading. There were dozens of people from the public who came, oftentimes hours of public testimony, specifically raising direct line item review of the charter change. There are members of the public who have reviewed this extensively for hours, perhaps longer than some of us even who are sitting on this committee now. So I really don't think it's fair to the public who is engaged so much to characterize them in that way. And I think it really dissuades people from engaging to characterize that in that way because they are not professional enough and they don't hold a degree. I really think that's incredibly problematic if we want to move forward and act. We just had a consultant group talk about the ways in which we need to be inclusive and invite people into this process. And I really find that to be harmful at this stage. Also, to be perfectly blunt, I have spent hours of my life. I spent 7 hours of a Saturday completing this, and I have spent hundreds of hours over the last years researching this. And so I don't think if people are engaging with it for the first time, that is totally okay. But to characterize that as a blanket statement, I think is really unfair and discredits people. And personally, myself, who have put immense amounts of research into this. So I'm sorry, but that was very frustrating to me. I think what we're hearing is that the community is asking for change now. And I hear that people are hesitant because they feel like they need to get this perfect. But the system we have now is nowhere near perfect. people are incredibly harmed,
Can we get to the
violated.
Sorry, point of order. Can we go back to the motion?
I'm making a general statement.
Point of order, though. We should be discussing the motion. It's just the way these things have to stay organized to stay on track.
1 second. So I do think, because we're talking about whether or not, right now the amendment is on the floor, which is about the timeline. So Perry, I'll give you the floor back, but if you can keep it specific to removing the timeline.
That's fine, but I am really frustrated. I find that people do interrupt me when I'm making more general statements, and it's part of these meetings, and I sit here for hours and hours and hours and listen to other people do the same thing. And so I just would like to be able to speak and to not be interrupted when I'm doing that. And I work very long hours as a frontline healthcare worker. We went into a red alert today. I am drained when I come to these meetings, and I just want to be able to say my piece. And it continually happens. And I just want us to just be aware of that. So I would really just like to be able to speak. I don't think that it's appropriate to hold this off at this point. People have engaged tremendously. The timeline, to get back to the motion, I struck the timeline because I believe that this is harmful and it will perpetuate more harm to withhold an actual transformative change than to just maintain the status quo that we currently have. So I don't agree with this. I think the community has come out in hundreds. We've seen thousands of people come out this summer. We're seeing a national reckoning on this issue, and to wait and hold it off at this point for more studies and more experts just feels like really just a real missed and failed opportunity to actually make the change that we need. So thank you. I will be supporting this because I don't think we should have this timeline, and I don't think we should kill this item from going onto the ballot. Thank you.
So quick, I know this isn't 100% pertinent, but I feel bad because I said I would respond to Q&A and I have not been trying to keep up with the debate. And so if y'all don't mind, I'm just going to quickly go through it, which is, why does this require a motion? Because the body can't act and give a request of anything without all of us making a motion and voting on it. Looking for specific questions. Is this open-ended to ask for review from that or similar organization? I think it's fine to ask for that. I'll let that stand. Jess wants the body to know that she thinks that the feedback that we have provided so far is more valuable than an outside organization. Was the work referred to this body from the city council related to this charter change? What was the work referred to this body from the city council to the charter change? I think it was to provide feedback. So that is what we're doing, but the members are allowed to make other motions to do things other than give feedback. Do we need agreement on this body to move forward with the council? I don't think so. No. Eileen's shaking her head no. Can we write a memo that we disagree? Yes. Although that will be up to the committee to decide. Has the special meeting been voted on? No, it has not. And I think it's either 9 people have to say that they want it. So I think it's more than a simple majority, or the mayor. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna skip the rest of those. There's a specific question of Franklin, which I will not address. And that's it. Great. So going back to, we currently have an underlying motion and we have an amendment on the table. For what it's worth, I'm going to say I don't think that there's a substantive difference between the amendment and the original motion, by at least Seguido's intention to have the review done before, and the fact that it is a request. I think with that, if folks don't mind, I would love to move us towards a vote. Great. So we are currently voting on the amendment specifically made by Councilor Freeman, seconded by Councilor Hightower, on whether or not to strike the last part that requests that it's before it goes on the ballot. Shannon, are you still with us?
I am.
Fantastic. Would you mind calling the roll?
Sure. I'm sorry.
Commissioners. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you review the motion again?
Yes, the motion, I believe, is right now we have the underlying motion to request to have, Stephanie, can you say the name?
NACOLE.
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 Thank you. Or a similar organization do a review of this resolution before it goes on the ballot. Is that correct?
Yes, that was mine.
That was
right?
yours. And now we have an amendment to strike before it goes on the ballot. Is that correct, Perry?
Yes, the amendment was on the timeline. Just
Great.
the timeline.
Are you all set, Milo?
To strike before it goes on the ballot.
To just leave request to have NACO or a similar organization do a review of this resolution.
And then the review would go to the city council.
Correct.
And then if the city council votes on the 7th to move it to the ballot, then if they get that review, I'm sorry, when's the last day the city council could make changes to what came out of the charter committee?
As I believe, as long as there is some kind of public comment that gives a reason for that change, it is in January. Is that true, Eileen? Great. Yeah.
And would this review be considered public comment that could lead to a change?
What I'd say about it, Milo, is that if there were such a review done, we would probably find a way to get it entered as public comment. I don't think we've determined how that would be, but we would get it entered as public comment.
And I think also it would more than likely become a public document that the public could then comment on. Are you all set, Milo?
Sure.
Great.
Point of information.
Okay, go ahead, Perry.
So just so I could be clear, so this could go up before the voters, the NACO report, people could actually vote it on, and then we could actually create another, then the session starts over again. So based on that, that's also, I think, why I'm not so concerned about this going by a vote, because I think.
I didn't understand your point.
Does that make sense?
That point of information?
I mean, essentially, if we put it before the voters, if we get the NACO report in that time, or people can still basically decide whether this is the exact model that they want. I personally think it's really close to the exact model that we want, but essentially that process starts back over in March. And so you can actually revise this and put it back up in a year with all these things happening. I think it's just, anyway, that's correct, right? I just want to make sure people know that. Okay, thank you.
I didn't understand. Eileen, could you say that again?
It's sort of secondary. It's not, I was just processing it, but if you want the clarification, that's fine.
I think what she's saying is that if you adopt something at this town meeting, you can always amend it again in the future.
Okay, great. Thank you. Are we ready for Shannon to call the roll? Great.
Commissioner Seguino.
No.
Commissioner Hart. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Can't hear people.
Chair Hightower.
Yes.
Commissioner Gamache.
Yes.
Councilor Freeman.
Yes.
Councilor Paulino.
No.
Commissioner Durfee.
No.
Commissioner Grant.
Yes.
Just a moment, sorry.
It didn't-
3 yeses and 4 noes.
Great. So
Oh,
that
sorry, tie. Sorry.
I got 4 and 4.
4 and 4. Thank you. Sorry.
amendment still fails. Thank you. So we're back to the original motion. If there's discussion, I'll love it, but would love to just move this to a vote. Great. Would you, I guess I can try first. No, we'll call the roll.
Commissioner Seguino,
Yes.
Commissioner Hart,
Yes.
Counselor Freeman,
No.
Commissioner Gamache, Commissioner Gamache,
Sorry, yes.
Chair Hightower,
Yes.
Commissioner Durfee,
No.
Counselor Paulino,
Yes.
and Commissioner Grant.
Yes.
6 yeses and 2 noes.
Great. So that passes. Okay, so we've got one second. So we've got one action that came out of this, which is to request a review before it goes on the ballot. So before that, whatever that final date is that the council reviews it, that there will have been a review by then. Milo, did you have another action that you wanted to propose or a question?
I just more of a statement, just to respectfully disagree with something that was said about how the issues that we're facing right now, how it seems like they're controversial now. They've actually been controversial for some time, but that people in power haven't paid attention to them. So I just wanted to make that clear for the record. Thank you.
Great. Do we want to see any other actions, and specifically, I don't know if we want to do anything. I know that Audrey took notes. I don't know if we want to do anything with them in terms of sending them to council. That is up to the commission in terms of purview, but. And if you do, if there's any process of finalize or anything like that, go ahead, Stephanie.
I think it just makes sense to send our notes to them. Just whatever notes you all have taken, and if people email you comments from the commission, just add those.
Great. Do we want to have some review process? Does somebody, I would personally love to not be the one to clean them up if we want to send them. Shireen, is that a,
you can send them to me. I'm happy to clean them up.
Great. So we have a suggestion that we send the notes and any other emails and also, so all of you know, you can send a communication to the council, of course, just as yourself or as, a part of the police commission. But that we would have a cleanup and collection of notes, and that Shireen and Karen, or Commissioner Hart and Commissioner Durfee, would finalize those. Is there a motion for that?
I'll make that motion.
A motion made by Commissioner Durfee, seconded by Commissioner Seguino. Any
amendment?
Excuse
That the compiled document be sent to all of us as well.
I would second that as well. Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Okay,
Commissioner Seguino beforehand or for review, or just when it's sent to the commission, to the council?
I was going to say for review, but because in case something's missing that didn't get said, if that's possible, that'd be great.
It'll be a quick turnaround given that the meeting's Monday. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
So quick check with Eileen. Sorry, since you're here today, we're just gonna use you.
I'm here for.
Is it okay? So if we have the commissioners finalize it and send it off to the council, are they allowed to send it back to us for review and additions, or is that breaking open meeting law?
What I think you're trying to do is not create something new and change your discussion. You're just looking, it's like looking at something that you've already done, and it's And I think that probably falls within the acceptable kinds of things. Understand you should use your city email to communicate on it, so there is a record if anybody has questions.
Great. Okay, so motion was made to take our notes and send them to the council, and that work will be done by Commissioner Hartendorf, who will send it back to the full commission before sending it to the council. Is there any discussion?
I would just and I know there's a lot going on, and I know our time is very stretched, but when I jumped on those last two charter change committee meetings, I got a lot out of them, and I really got a sense of the interaction with the community participants. And if there's anyone that did not get a chance to attend even one of those, I highly recommend, if you're, just have it playing in the background just to get a sense of the interaction and the discussions that did go on, because they were very detailed. They were very lengthy. I know for myself, I wished I had been involved in them earlier, but I think the way it was initially communicated to us, I think there was, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what I thought. I wish it had been more highly recommended that if we could, that we attend these meetings. I think it would have been important to really get a sense of what the discussion was, what the details were that went in. There was a lot of the thought process, but I just think that it wasn't really communicated to some of us in the way that it needed to be, that we really needed to be listening to these meetings. And so some of these concerns that are coming up right now could have been addressed. And actually they could have been addressed in some of them. I attended two, but there were more than two, but definitely try to listen to some of them if you can. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I have to get off this call. I've got to get on a call with my mom. And I've been on the charter change calls, and that's a good suggestion, but I'm sorry, I have to go. I didn't want to be rude. Got to take the call. Sorry. Bye.
No worries. I think we still have I said that before. I was quickly trying to count. I think we still have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you, Jabu. Great. Good. So we've got a motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
I'm so sorry. Can you just remind, is this the motion about sending the packet to?
Yep, it's that you and Karen will work on. Audrey will send you and Karen the notes.
Okay.
And then
I thought we already voted on it, so I'm sorry.
No, we have not. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Any other motions to be made on this item? Go ahead, Perry.
I know we're about to close out this agenda item, so I just wanted to, this isn't actually a motion. If it's allowed, it's okay, because I didn't make any really substantive comments during the review of the language, but I just wanted to thank everyone for reviewing it. And in the spirit of it being 9:58, I will not review line by line, but I took very detailed notes. And I think it's probably best if I sort of review them and assess them, and then can reach out to any of you individually, and also maybe just like condense it all into one sort of place. But I really, really appreciate it. I know this is like a ton of work. It's really dense. It's a complicated topic. I know sometimes when we get into the weeds, we can disagree, but I just really appreciate the amount of time that you all spent reviewing it and going line by line and giving a lot of really, really detailed, specific feedback. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Perry, for your time on it.
Yeah, and I want to thank everyone for, I know that this was a frustrating process. I tried to encourage everyone to go to charter change. I'm sorry if I did not make that encouragement more mandatory sounding, but I'm glad a lot of folks did really take the time to. I know the police commission has been so busy, so appreciate all the work that you're doing as the police commission, but then also that some of you all did make it to those charter change meetings to review, and the time that you took to review this and talk through it tonight.
And would be remiss to not also acknowledge the immense amount of work that Attorney Blackwood did. And thank you very much.
Thank you both.
I just wanted to say that for those of you who didn't get to look at attend any of the meetings, I did compile a lot of the comments, a whole bunch of written comments, and they are on board docs for the city council meeting on Monday. So if you want to glance through those, you can at least get a flavor of what the kinds of things people were saying.
Great, then with that, I would move us on to item 4.02, and I'd look to Commissioner Hart if there are any updates. I don't know if
there haven't been. Chief Murad and I have a conversation scheduled. It's been very difficult for the two of us to connect, quite frankly, and it's no one's fault. So he and I are connecting, I believe, on Monday, and I'm hopeful we can have something to report back on the 22nd.
Great. So along those lines, thank you so much, Commissioner Shireen. Thank you for continuing to push on that. That moves us to item 5, which is next meeting agenda items. I'll just quickly say, I was hoping that we would get to doing all of the kind of pre-work on like figuring out what we wanted the scoring rubric and stuff like that to be this meeting, so that I could just send it to you all and you all could just submit it so that we could have the discussion. I don't know, I haven't thought about this. I just realized this as we got to this item. I don't know what we want to do with that. I don't know if we want to give a smaller group the authority to make that scoring rubric or something, so that we don't have to make the scoring rubric, review the proposals, do that same scoring mechanism that we did last time. So I'll leave that open for y'all if y'all want to have another meeting, but the RFP submissions are due December 15th, I think, maybe 19th. 15th. Sometime in mid, Shannon, was that you?
Yes, 15th,
thank you. And then our next meeting is on the 22nd. So.
Have we received any submissions yet?
I see one we received this afternoon that I've not gotten a chance to forward to everybody.
Thanks, Shannon. But last time, I don't think we got any submissions until like 2 or 3 days before. So I suspect there will be more. Go ahead, Shireen.
Do you want someone to draft the rubric and just circulate it?
I don't know if we can do that. I think that's a new.
I'm just trying to think if there's anything substantive to it such that it could, is it a matter of someone just really translating the RFP into a rubric?
Almost. The only part that's deliberative is the weights.
And that's quick and easy. So I think, right? I mean, what if one of us just does a proposal and then we're ready to talk about it? I think it could be a 5 to 10. Last time it was really quick.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy to circulate a rubric based on the RFP that we can then assign, or I can propose, or someone else can propose the percentages. And then I think this time we should have an example of how people score.
I think we should have it in Excel, but my thing is we can't. So, are you saying that we do it like last time and we just make the scoring rubric more foolproof, but then Audrey, Shen, and I still try to do that math?
Sure, this time we'll have everyone scoring it with the same, like before you had to translate it into 5 different, right? But
Yeah.
this time, if we are all using the same scale, the same thing, if we do one example at the top, this is how we're scoring it. I think that'll make it easier to track it during the meeting.
I'm okay with that. Are other folks okay with that, or do you have a different solution? Good. Okay. That works for me. Go ahead, Jabu.
I'm super sorry. I thought before Stephanie went to the motion thing, I thought we were going to come back for general feedback on the entire thing. And so I missed my opportunity to say a couple things. And is it okay if I jump back to agenda 4.01 and just give a 2-minute, like my 2-minute feedback on the whole thing? Sorry. And Perry already knows this because we spoke earlier on about this. But
quick pause. Audrey,
yes.
are you ready to take notes?
I guess a concern I have with this current charter change is there is a lot of support for it, as we've heard. As someone that grew up in Burlington for the last 29 years, I am fairly concerned about people who have not spoken about this, and I generally history has shown that, like, when I guess lazy voters see perceived possible mismanagement of or perceived misspent tax dollars, they'd like to vote, and I really hope that it's made really clear how this is going to work and why this is going to work. Perry explained it to me earlier on today, and it made a lot of sense to me, and so I hope that can be distilled to the public at large, because I mean, we know who supports this, and I just want this to get over the line. Ideally, I think this is best suited for the police commission. I've been hearing a lot of people say that they believe the commission is too intertwined with the police department. I would say that's not true, and I would say that we are, I guess, as intertwined with them due to the lack of support we get from city council. In terms of administrative support and things like that. So I don't know. I think this might be an easier sell to the general public at large if it was combined with the police commission, with almost everything else that's in this change. I think could be easily applied to the police commission, and I think that would garner a lot of support. And I guess back to people who are worried about the commission being intertwined with the police department, I think that's not true at all. I think we have no support from, honestly, either side. So I don't know, that's my 2 cents.
Great, Jabu. Thank you so much. Sorry that
things you said the last sentence. Can you say that again, Jabu? Sorry. You said you're muted, Jabu.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I went on a little train of thought there, and I actually kind of forgot what was the last thing I said. No, I'm
at all, and
I think the police commission is best suited to do all these things, and I think that would be the best sell for the voters at large. I think there are people in the community who aren't really tuning into any of this. They may not understand this, and if this goes through as it is framed, I just hope it's clear as day to the people whose this stuff isn't on their radar, so they can understand what it is and then hopefully support it so it goes forward. Because I hate for all this work to go on and have this fail due to just not being able to clearly explain how this works for everybody else.
Great.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, Jabu, didn't mean to cut you off on that item. And then closing that one again and moving back to item 5. I think we actually came to a resolution on that. So Shireen will make scoring rubric more foolproof than last time. And we will finalize that, and then we'll just do it the same process that we did last time, where we'll recess while we finish tallying the votes. Final thoughts on that before we move to the last item. And I would welcome a motion to adjourn. Made by Commissioner Gamache. Is that true? Or are you trying to say?
Yes,
something?
I motion to adjourn.
Great. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Durfee. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you all so much for our longest joint commission.
Thanks for a long meeting.